Hello, good evening. Hello, Cliff and Passion Fruit. I hope you're having a good night, although it's still a bit early. I don't know what it is about the closed door, but I already have a monster with me today. But he seems to be behaved for once. He actually seems a little cold, honestly. Like he's oh. He was kind of bundled up, but now he's opening up a little bit. Okay. I guess it was yesterday. Yesterday. Okay. Right. Not exactly hangover from streaming so long, but that kind of feeling of, what did I do yesterday? What did I do? Okay, he's no longer settled. What a monster. Mm. Well, today the plan is to go through a few of the sections of Dungeon World and read through their monsters. You've probably heard about the old thing with one D&D and the new version of the license and all that. So I don't think that what we're going to be talking about relies upon that. And I want to say, even if it does, it doesn't really matter. I'm not certain if it does. Though I did hear, I don't know. Actually, would it be important to? It should be important, I guess, to read what the old license is and what it includes. I almost feel like that could be a stream on its own. Reading through the actual original license. No math. Do I have the stream information for math? I shouldn't. God, I hope it's no math. I mean, like, there's some very basic. Let me check. Very basic stuff. Yep, I'm not doing math today. No math. Maybe, there's two puzzles that I did not do in Puzzle Agent 2. And I wouldn't mind going back, but yesterday I was out of steam. I'm really glad that I was able to finish the puzzles that I did. You didn't know about the... Oh, it's huge news right now in the... Oh. No. So it's OGL 1.0, right? Versus 1.1. So the license was leaked, and it's kind of a case of if it actually is the way the leak is written, it's a disaster for the community, in short. So the open gaming license. What? Oh. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the garden. Hopefully that was not super loud. Like visually maybe disturbing, but hopefully not like audibly disturbing today. Oh wait. Okay. He's done. He's done. He's not in for the long ride, my monster cat. Is he? No, he's not. Meow. 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 I think I need to let him go. Give me a second. Let's see. Leave me off on. What kind of face? I can do the puffy cheeks, you can see from what it left off on. Okay, I can do it when I try. I just don't often try and do it. This is the 1.0A. Oh, let's see, let's see, let's see. It's been. Oh. I'm looking at the Open Gaming Foundation site and they have an update for January 4th for the new version of it. And mm-hmm, I want to say thank you. I hope you can feel better. Go take a nap or something. I have to admit, I knew a few of the streamers I like to watch started streaming like a few hours ago, so I woke up like a little early, like not on purpose, but I turned them on and then I went back to sleep, like falling asleep to their voices. It's not bad. Aside from for my battery for my phone, I kind of wrecked the battery that way. Oh, he's gone. The kitty's gone. He is left for the night potentially. Let's see. He cried to be let in after I hit the streaming button before I went live. He wants on. I've not been long awake in this world. Suffice. I've been awake enough to like lazily put on some streamers earlier, then go back to sleep, and then get up. Oh, maybe like 5 minutes before stream started, and then made some tea. I'm not. Sundays are a bit difficult with the time switch for me. I'm also cool. How are you doing? Let's see. Mm. I'm looking at the OGL stuff, and I remember when I was looking for things to talk about on stream to do with various tabletop games, things that are mm, available to talk about for free. Things like Dungeon World I'm reading, where there are versions that you could theoretically put up on YouTube, things like that. There aren't too many systems like that for probably fairly clear reasons. Um, but Dungeon World was one of those. But only a certain part of Dungeon World. And Pathfinder 2 is like that. So those are the two that I've read on stream. Straight up. Although I mean we have gone through the UA stuff for D&D, but that's like playtest material. That's open, freely available for the most part, aside from the one D&D stuff, which is a little bit funky. A little bit funky. And I want to say for OGL, I thought it was a more something that had been written by Wizards of the Coast, or maybe not Wizards of the Coast, but their progenitor, and had been adapted by outside companies, outside groups, because it was an easy license to use. I didn't realize it tied directly into Dungeons and Dragons itself. So just completely wiping the previous license and replacing it with a new license that is so much different. Kind of difficult. I don't. I think. I mean, allowed to. I don't honestly know, and I'm not going to necessarily read the 1.0, 1.1 license before it's been leaked in terms of like on stream. But I think in the case of the like UA stuff that I covered. It's not exactly like I'm doing anything like super transformative with it, but I am kind of breaking it down into interesting points, I would hope. So, and it's again, I also want to say it's not like I monetize on YouTube. And it's kind of like, yeah, stake my profits, Wizards, all like maybe $60 this month, maybe. Maybe this month, yeah. But like previous month, that may have been like $6. Mm-hmm. I like great crockery. Crockery. That's a nice word. Crockery. You know what you just realized about yourself? What did you realize? But when it comes to like D&D materials, the only thing I would be able to read, legit, would be SRD, I think. Like for a reading stream. Currently. But it's kind of a, why would I do that? Why would I do that? I'd rather like the UA stuff isn't interesting and new to me. D&D, like the SRD, I'm fairly comfortable with it. Um I could read it. I don't know if it would be like interesting to people though, compared to some of the other stuff. You give your cats unintelligible first language, untranslatable insults like gordito, gorbipoto. My family has also given the pets, maybe not, I guess you would take it as an insult, but um, calling them after food. Not okay. I was gonna say not in the vein of Menchie, and then it's kind of a, well, actually, yeah, I guess I would call him Menchie theoretically, but not as like a proper name. Their actual name is not food, at least. Just thinking. One dog was referred to as Mushu Pork. She was not fat, at least, but she did snort a little bit like a pig. No. No, it's not. So that's not going on. That's not going on YouTube. A lot of the reading streams you'll see on Twitch are a mix of things that are fine and things that aren't fine. And it's also a case of country by country. I do not believe that Lord of the Rings is in public domain in the United States, at least, for instance. Agatha Christie's work is not public domain. And there's actually a thing about that I read about how it would have potentially been public domain, except for the fact that in the past few years, some new endorsed works were published, which extended the copyright. Like, it seemed to be a very calculated move. And I want to say, some of the short stories that I've read on stream are public domain, some of them are not, so they may or may not be cut from YouTube for content reasons. It does. And you know why? The mouse. It's the mouse. The mouse was, anyway, because they were pushing and pushing. So it used to be maybe like only 40 years from the death of the author. Although sometimes it used to be in the life of the author, like 40 years from publishing. Not exactly 40 years, just X years after the date it was published, it would become public domain. But then it came out that, oh, you have this author who published something really good early in life, and then they die penniless because they can't make money to live off of it because it went public domain when they were old. So it became X years after their death. But it was a short amount after their death. And then it's gotten pushed longer and longer and longer. So 1920 something is the date where it gets really fuzzy in the US. And the reason I know this is because of Lovecraft stories. Some of them are public domain, some are not, because it happened during that span. It happened during that span where a lot of uh, mm, the the gates have been pushed around that time frame. Because when was Steamboat Willie published? 1928. 1928. Mm. Under current copyright law, Steamboat Willie will enter the US public domain on January 1st, 2024. So, what is it? 96 years, is it? I can't math. 2024 minus 1928. Something like that. A very long time. What is the current public domain status? You can also release something directly into public domain, but it's not. I want to say sometimes that is a bit of an issue too, simply because I think there was an issue with Getty or one of those other huge photography websites, stock photography websites, that went and actually tried to claim. I don't know if they succeeded, but they someone released photos public domain, and then they caught Getty or someone like that. Maybe iStockPhoto, one of the big ones, selling the photos. So it's kind of a yo, what gives? These are public domain. You can't sell them. And I think that the person who was suing them for selling their photos lost. So it gets a little funky, like how. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wizards is. Every other generation, it seems like it swings back around to something awful. But the good news is there are plenty of other systems you can use that aren't tied. Well, the Pathfinder may or may not be in trouble. May or may not, but that's a start. Swapping. Mm. Okay. So for books, 70 years after the death of the last living author is generally, in most countries, the book copyright law. The United States is a little different. Every book and tale published before 1928 is public domain. Then otherwise, American copyrights last for 95 years for books originally published between 28 and 78. Like 1928, 1978, if the copyright was properly registered and maintained. Which I do believe that Agatha Christie, because she was well-to-do, would have done in the US. Or rather, her foundation, perhaps. I'm not going to lay the blame on her. I'm not going to lay the blame on her. How did its copyright expired? Pathfinder? I did get to play Pathfinder once for a Halloween special. It was run by Dr. Conrad. He was doing. It was my first time playing, and we did a PvP game. It was a little difficult. It was a little difficult. Let's see. I should also mention there may be a chance I may have to end stream early. I don't know when. It may not happen. It's just a bit of a warning. It depends. I'm getting notifications about something, and if things take a very bad turn, it might be not tenable to continue the stream. Let's see. Let's see. I actually nowadays keep a list ish of all the games that I've played, and I have basically like a token history for myself to remind me, because it might be like, oh, what sort of games have you played? And it's kind of oh, not really a whole lot. And then I look back at my little token history, and it's kind of oh wait, I forgot about this game, because I like playing shorter campaigns now. When your party can read. Are you calling? Do they still do the barbarian thing? If you're a barbarian, you have to learn how to read separately. Or is it more of a something else, like just understanding the rules? Meow. Meow. He's back and begging to be let back into the car. Give me a second. That's I'm sorry for laughing, but I'm so really. I don't know what happened where it switched to that pose. I swear when I left it looked fine, and then what did it do? He just stared when I opened the door. He stared at the door crack and didn't move, so he's not invited. Okay. Today I have Earl Grey tea because I needed something to wake me up. It's very strong to me still. I'm not used to the flavors of Earl Grey. It's also my I don't actually know what's in Earl Grey versus like other teas. I'm a little afraid to ask. I feel like it's on the box, but I haven't read it. Oh, people who try D&T for the first time are allergic to reading. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I say that as if I haven't jumped into systems without having read much. Because that's definitely happened. Like, okay, Jam, what's our role in order to make this happen? I definitely have not ever done that. Never, ever, ever. Mm. It was fine. It was ours. It was the second edition of a series, not series, a game that we had played before. Most of us at the table. Okay, half of us at the table had played. It was Scion. It was Scion. Like I read the opening section on the world, and for character creation, but for like how to actually play, it was just sort of it's gonna be the same roughly, right? Like D10. It's a D10 exploding D10 system. Kinda, but not really. It's fine. I did one type of roll. I just did it very well, and that was it. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, this is not it. This is not it. I am looking for my book. My book. Every time I think of the word book now, I think, "What's your book?" Actually, are there any other systems I think I've done that with? Okay, there are some other systems I've done that with, but in my defense, they were very simple systems, like Dread. You don't need to read the rules for Dread necessarily. Or like, I want to say, is there even like a formal book for Dread? I don't remember. And I guess if your DM explains it properly, you don't need to read the rules for a lot of the other like very small party games. I did read the rules for 10 Candles and for Everybody is Sean, or Everyone is Sean. I don't remember the name exactly. But I ran Everyone is Sean, so I had to know the rules inside and out. And 10 candles I read, but that was also because I was making sure I was hosting, so it was kind of a case of making sure that I could handle the issues that it presented, being a very physical game in terms of props. It involves having note cards and literal candles that you burn stuff at, so it's kind of a what cases do I need to worry about? Is that it? Is that really it? Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna sip some tea. Also, thank you for the follow, Just Blue M and Grey Kokari, and thank you for the follow, Delta. I feel like I should get into the reading. I promised reading. We have not started reading yet. Let's see, let's see. Oh, I'm going to actually first bring up, hopefully this will look fine. I have my little tier list. I'm not going to keep this up all the time, just when we're putting things on the tier list. This is the tier list for 2 different monster settings. It is for the cavern dwellers and the swamp denizens. And this is kind of like a gut feeling kind of thing, like how fun they are as a concept. Not necessarily something to do with like their ability. Okay, like it's not a numbers focus kind of thing, you know? So, what I'm going to be doing is reading through each section of which, let me check, let me check, let me check, let me flip through. Give me some. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear the book because of the aggressive noise control I have. Nope, you really can't hear it. So we're going through. Let me check, let me check, let me check. As I said, cavern dwellers and swamp denizens. There are left Undead Legions, Dark Woods, Ravenous Hordes, Twist Experiments, Lower Depths, Planner Powers, Folk of the Realm. Those are all the sections we have left. I have a Blue Yeti USB. Yeah. I also have NVIDIA Broadcast, which allows me to have a pretty good noise denoise thing, and also echo removal, which is my biggest issue. I literally have an echo in my room if I talk. Okay, room. In the garden. I literally have an echo in the garden that I can remove, but I need to I need to put more things in the garden. Yeah. Depending on how things go, I might get some additional equipment. Like I would like to get, I guess, a 3DO, but at the same time, I need to do some checking as things are coming up in the future. You must understand, the cats need their dental work. And they might also need stitches in the future if the way that they are fighting is any indication. So I need that the cat stitches flint. Cats. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Then I can't really complain about some of the other things I've purchased in the past. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm also going to switch off the music. Turn off the radio. Turn off the radio and let us light the fire. Hopefully that's not too loud. Extra crackly today. It's a bit of a wildfire. Actually, I wonder if I can. What if I did this? Okay, I'm going to actually turn that on. Okay, this is good. without being too distracting. The sound is difficult. The sound is difficult. Mm-hmm. I had to record something recently, and I tried the like blanket over the head trick for the audio to see if we can get it any less noisy as a baseline, and it's just sort of maybe I need a thicker blanket or something. It's very awkward trying to read things out from under a blanket. I could just like, it doesn't feel like fun to do this in like a closet either. It's not fun. I just have to. I just have to redecorate. Just have to redecorate. Okay. So, monster settings. If I add this and put this up, we're going to be reading about Undead Legions next. Also, we don't need this up anymore because it's fire time. Fireplace time. Sorry, every now and then I think I hear someone crying. It's not so. Okay. And speaking of that, it's not our first monster. Our second monster is a crier. Actually, I can do this. And I can do this. This is probably a better option. It won't be so strange. It won't be so strange. Okay, Abomination is our first monster from the Undead Legions. It is solitary, large, construct, terrifying. The attack it has is a slam for a d10 plus 3 damage. It has 20 hit points and 1 armor. Tags include close, reach, and forceful. Special qualities: many limbs, heads, and so on. I feel a little bad about not showing you photos of these, but they actually don't have any photos in the SRD, really. Not SRD. In like the base. There's not even photos in between. In the actual books there are, and like in the proper releases, but for the free version there's no imagery. They're not released. Corpses sewn onto corpses make up the bulk of these shambling masses of dark magic. Most undead are crafted to be controlled, made to serve some purpose like building a tower or serving as guardians. Not so the Abomination. The last aspect of the ritual used to grant fire to their hellish limbs invokes a hatred so severe that the Abomination knows but one task: to tear and rend at the very thing it cannot have: life. Many students of the Black Arts learn to their mortal dismay the most important fact about these hulks: an Abomination knows no master. Instinct to end life. Tear flesh apart, spill forth putrid guts. So, a shambling mass of corpses that is just kind of let free. Not unknowingly exactly, just I suppose this is one of the reasons why I would like to do the ranking at the end, because I want to know like what are, I guess, the limitations, like what are the barriers between Abomination and perhaps zombies, I guess, other types of things. The next one is a Banshee, and I think that has a clear differential. It's clearly different from an Abomination. Banshee. Solitary, magical, intelligent. Scream, d10 damage. 16 hit points, 0 armor. Near. Special qualities, insubstantial. We went through in last reading session of the Dungeon World Monster area, explaining what all these tags were and how to build an actual monster. It's just been over a month, so I don't necessarily remember all the pieces that went into it. I should have listened. I should have listened to myself. Come away from an encounter with one of these vengeful spirits merely deaf and count yourself lucky for the rest of your peaceful, silent days. Often mistaken at first glance for a ghost or a wandering spirit, the Banshee reveals a far more deadly talent for sonic assault when angered. And her anger comes easy. A victim of betrayal, often by a loved one, the Banshee makes known her displeasure with a roar or scream that can putrefy flesh and rend the senses. If you can help her get her vengeance, they say she might grant rewards. Whether the affection of a spurned spirit is something you'd want, well, that's another question. Instinct to get revenge. Drown out all other sound with a ceaseless scream. Unleash a skull-splitting noise. Disappear into the mist. The next one is the Devourer. A Devourer. Solitary, large, intelligent, hoarder. Smash, d10 plus 3 damage. 16 hit points, 1 armor. Close, reach, forceful. Most folk know that the undead feed on flesh. The warmth, blood, and living tissue continue their unholy existence. This is true for most of the mindless dead, animated by black sorcery. Not so the Devourer. When a particularly wicked person, often a manipulator of men, an apostate priest, or the like, dies in a gruesome way, the dark powers of Dungeon World might bring them back to a kind of life. The Devourer, however, does not feed on the flesh of men or elves. The Devourer eats souls. It kills with a pleasure only the sentient can enjoy, and in the moments of its victim's expiry, draws breath like a drowning man and swallows a soul. What does it mean to have your soul eaten by such a creature? None dare ask for fear of finding out. Instinct to feast on souls. Devour or trap a dying soul. Bargain for a soul's return. That reminds me. The writing style here. This is something that I learned somewhat recently. Expiry is a word. Is that something familiar to Americans? I've been told it's not a very American word to use. I guess Americans would just call it, well, I guess in this case, they would just choose a different word. But I was under the impression that expiry could also be used as an alternative for expiration date, like a shortened form. So, kind of that doesn't work in this particular phrasing, where it's in the moments of the victim's expiration date. That doesn't flow. It would have to be expiry or something else. I don't know what. Moment of victim's last breath. They do use last breath as a mechanic in here, explicitly. Hello, Bonehead Scully. How are you doing? So, it eats souls. It leaves a lot of open space for DMs too, since it blatantly does not tell you about what happens to the souls eaten. And the fact that one of the things that you can do is bargain for a soul's return, kind of a case of, so they're not gone forever if it's eaten. Or at least, I guess you could maneuver it that way if you want to. Avoiding your job. It must be a nice, well, I shouldn't say nice, but it must be a kind job to be able to allow you to avoid it. It's not demanding your attention. Expiration date is a marker in time. That makes sense. The way I'm used to using it is using it as a marker of time. Like, eggs, have an expiration date on them, right? But you could also call it an expiry, I believe. Can't you? Blacksmithing is lenient on your hours. Huh. Assuming it's like freelancing work. It's pretty nice being able to put it off for a later time. Perhaps the weather isn't quite right, The chakras are not aligned. The stars are not aligned for the job tonight. I'll do it later. I'll do it later. I've used that. Not the chakras, but more like, well, even the stars. Just well, I'll wait for better weather to continue the garden work. AC in the forge is busted. Wait, do you really have AC? Okay. Take your word. Yeah. I've not pulled that trick. Don't really have AC in the garden. Don't really have AC in the garden. But I guess at the same time, like AC in the forge? In the actual forge? I guess that would also work. Though I do have heaters in the garden, but it's not really the same thing, It's not really the same thing. Heating is not cooling. I don't actually know how, like, there's a word for, like, all of that together, isn't there? Temperature control, like, as a job. I don't remember. HVAC? Is that what it's called? Is it called HVAC? Like, it's in the break cube. Okay. Hello, Hazard Shot. How are you doing? Corner of AC. I could also see that happening in other places too. You can't really afford to have it spread throughout the area because it'd be too much effort, but having the tiny spot where, like, one person can stand, they can enjoy, just like a Ren fair, then one hole of, like, cooling mist in an otherwise hot, dusty day. You can stand in the mud and enjoy the mist coming down. The greenhouse. Oof. Yeah, greenhouses are made for that pretty much. They are made to be damp and humid, aren't they? Well, I shouldn't maybe say damp and humid, but just like you need to concentrate the heat, and also it saves money to, like, not let the water evaporate, the water that you're paying for to water the plants. Granted, you don't get the benefit of, natural rain, but at the same time, a huge amount of rain won't hurt you either. More controlled. You almost got one for growing. I just let. Thank you for the raid. No, I'm glad I turned it off. Yeah. Hello. How are you doing? I need to be able to do this. How did your stream go? Is it your first stream back from the festival that you were at? Okay. I'm not doing the command right. First stream back. Welcome. For those who don't know me, I am the Evening Primrose. I am a garden elf. I come out at night to usually play games. But tonight we are reading about Dungeon World. It's a tabletop game. I am reading through the book. It is free. It is public domain. You can find all this information online. All the stuff that I'm reading. It's a good alternative to D&D if you're interested. And we are reading about monsters. Currently, I am reading about the Undead Legions, and after I read through a specific setting for the monsters, I am going to be reading them, tier listing them, untier listing them based on feelings, not numbers necessarily, mostly because numbers matter in the game, of course, but it's not quite as important, I feel like, than some other games. Thank you for the raid, and I hope that you get a good rest. Go get a drink. You've had a long day. I was listening in earlier, and yeah, it sounded a bit tiring from the con. It feels weird to call it a con, like it doesn't use con in the name, does it, Mac? But hello, Clams Cove and Yandere Hellhound and Squug. This is not Dracula. I don't have fangs. I don't have fangs, and not reading Dungeon World either. I mean, Dungeon World isn't Dracula. Although I did read earlier this year, Carmilla. I think I put that on YouTube, but I'm not 100% certain. I'm not 100% certain. I think I did, but it's split into 2 or 3 parts. Carmilla is surprisingly long. Not as long as Dracula. Dracula was kind of a drag, actually. But thank you for the follow, Afro Squirrel and Ketten and Skug. Squug. And thank you for the follow, Corvus and Clams and Zanzel and Kaizoku and Haitian. I'm not a goblin. I'm not a goblin. Not a goblin. I'm an elf. I'm a garden elf. Just because I'm green and have big ears doesn't mean I'm a goblin. Thank you for the follow, Mixu. Alrune? Alround? I don't know what an Alround is. I've not heard of it. Let me see. I'm not a garden gnome either. We saw a lot of garden gnomes yesterday. Yesterday I played Puzzle Agent, and there were a lot of garden gnomes in there. I'm not a garden gnome. Also, the garden gnomes were in green. They were red. Yes, my parents did a really good job. I keep forgetting to mark them as artists in my channel. But yeah, Boolean and Typo did a really good job. It's a little disconcerting sometimes, actually, just because like, how much range of motion? And then, I have to go answer the door or something. The pose that I leave myself off on is sometimes just kind of strange. Because I can do. Oh, I can turn myself quite far over. Sasha's not a succubus. She's an archdemon, right? Also, I mean, I'm moving a little bit here, but yeah, I have a sidestep. And this is a full body model. Give me a second. I will show it off. I even have. Let me check. Oh, there's someone crying. Okay. So, actually, how far out should I go? Let me reset. The lighting in here makes it a little drastic. Actually, it should be fine. There's a little bit of a worry that because of transparency issues that it might be a little funky, but I think I picked a pretty good transparency color. So I have a flower dress that you can't fully see. But the stamen and stuff move independently of the flowers. And a flower skirt too, which for the lean in and out. And a pedicure. I got a pedicure. 5 flowers. Again, with the like angles available. It's subtle. And oh, you can't quite see the sparkles that much, but yes, a lot of the dress sparkles. Although, I mean, this isn't the dress, these are leggings. It feels weird to call them like thigh highs because they're with the kind of alternate saddle, I suppose, like feet area. It doesn't really feel like it qualifies as a thigh high, so it might just be better to call them. What's the word? I use this word. I just used the word. There's not stockings. Leggings. Yeah, leggings with the stirrups. Sort of. But yeah, and I have a pedicure too. Yeah, actually, can you see? I guess you can very slightly see like the sparkle, but I think the lighting in here is a little too drastic for it. Ag. I want to say maybe pedicure. It's a French manicure too, so it's a little bit more. I always it's not exactly it's not subtle exactly. Maybe like a look at the face for the hagdom because I do have like the under eye bits. Actually, if I'm like a happy smile, can you see them? The under eyes? Does that count? Does that add a bit of age to it? I suppose they're, again, like really only visible when it's really up close, but still. It's not like a completely youthful face, is it? No, I mean, elves kind of look young anyway. And it's... is there any one look for someone over a certain age anyway? Is there? Did I say manicure? I have a manicure for my hands, and then I have a pedicure for my feet. I may have gotten a little excited. It wasn't something I had planned, but my mother was just kind of asked me, "Do you want nail polish?" It was kind of a wait. That's an option. Nail polish. Thank you for the follow, Sacred Muse. Let's see. But we were looking at Dragonbone. We had just started. So I'm going to be reading through each section. And then at the end of Undead Legions, I'm going to be putting them on the tier list. Do you want to build a snowman? Like that. I want to say, has it really been out for 10 years? No. It's only been like 4, right? 2 years, and then 2 years for Frozen 2, right? It hasn't been 10 years. Don't make those sort of jokes. Don't make those sort of jokes. Give me a second. Has it really been 10 years? When did Frozen come out? 2013. It's almost been 10 years. Okay. I can live with that. It's not quite 10. It was released in November of 2023. 2023. So, it just seems like not very long ago, and they're talking about adding the princesses for the show into like Epcot, having them show up and retheming things in Disney World for them. Yeah. I'm thinking about that mostly because I am going to be planning a vacation with some younger relatives, and keeping in mind one is a very young girl and it's kind of someone to bring to see the princesses, someone who will be excited to see the princesses. And I actually don't know her favorite princess. I should really find that out. Okay, let's see. Talking about princesses, but we're also talking about dungeons. So we have, after the Devourer, we've already read about the Abomination, the Banshee, and the Devourer. We are going to be reading about the Dragonbone. These are very small stat blocks, by the way. This is the monsters. There are a number of them. There's, I think 7 or 8 chapters, but each monster is just a few tags and then a paragraph, pretty much. So they're rather quick to work through. They're quick to work through. The Dragonbone. Solitary. Huge. Bite. D10 plus 3 damage. 3 piercing. 20 hit points. 2 armor. Reach. Messy. Those are 2 separate tags. They have reach and they are also messy. And they don't have any special tags. Sometimes they denote that, but they don't in this case. Mystical sorcerers debate. Is this creature truly undead, or is it a golem made of a particularly rare and blasphemous material? The bones, sinews, and scales of a dead dragon make up this bleak automaton. Winged but flightless, dragon-shaped but without the mighty fire of such a noble thing, the Dragonbone serves its master with a twisted devotion and is often set to assault the keeps and towers of rival necromancers. It would take a being of some considerable evil to twist the remains of a dragon thus. Instinct to serve. And it also has some additional moves that it can take. And that is attack unrelentingly. Just, that's... Attack unrelentingly. Oftentimes they have more interesting things than that. Like disappear into the mists, or lead someone astray, or hurling someone or something. Just attack unrelentingly? I guess if they're really only good for that. They're really only good for that. Okay, the next one I may not read appropriately. Actually, let me move something. It's dragon stuff. You say that, and yet... What is a dragon? Sorry, that's a bad pun. All I can think of as well is in Goblin Slayer there's a lizard man who can basically summon dragon skeleton type creatures by magic, and he uses what looks like a dragon tooth essentially to summon them. It just reminds me, the concept reminds me of this, except I don't think they're meant to necessarily be like necromantic abominations of dragons in the anime. Oh, you're a dragon? Wait, but you're a Lich King, aren't you? Are you Dragon Lich King? Let's see. Dragon Flute? Was it a Dragon Flute? He may have used something like that. They had an interesting magic system. There were sometimes when it definitely, in Goblin Slayer, it felt ripped straight from a game system because of the, like, how many slots do you have left today? The materials, though, I can see, but the slots, the way that they called it out so directly felt a little weird. But honestly, compared to some other shows where you have a literal, like, not spell sheet. a literal character sheet essentially that would pop out for someone, that takes me out even more. Like, I really don't like that. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I watched the entire thing. The one with Aqua and Kazuma. Is it Kazuya? Kazuma? God, the thief. And Darkness and the Fireball chick. I don't remember all their names. It's been a couple of years since I've seen it. Like, I don't really like the when they bust out the character sheet there. Yeah, it's Konosuba. It's Konosuba. I don't like the character sheet thing that they break out. I think I'd prefer it to be a little bit more blurred, buried away. Kazuma, Aqua, Darkness, Megumin. It's supposed to get you out of it. Yeah, there's plenty of other things I don't necessarily like. Some of it was funny, but some of it was just I don't know if that's really the purpose of the comedy though, because there are other comedies that don't have to rely on that sort of humor, I guess. But it's popular enough even without me supporting it, so that's fine. And also, it's a bit of a case of, I'm not really the target audience anyway. I have to keep that in mind quite a bit. But this has been in something for a very long time. I remember reading when I was much, much younger, reading Ender's Game, and just the very, a very pointed feeling of, yeah, this was not written for me. This was not written for me. Yeah, the yes. Yeah, it was actually like one of the things I did like was one of the reveals. Is it? I don't remember if it was the movie or something like that. You probably understand what I'm talking about, but the reveal of one of the other people who came into the world. English translated, it's not surprising, honestly. There's. It's not surprising. The Destroyer? Yeah. I thought that was funny. I thought that one was funny. But there's a lot of ongoing jokes that are just kind of a beating a dead horse, personally. Yeah, there's a lot of TRPGs and stuff that are based on anime nowadays, and it's not even like Big Eye Small Mouth, but adapted. When I was younger, I probably would have done terrible things to be able to play a Slayers RPG. Honestly, I very much like Slayers as a younger elf. I liked that world, but it didn't happen. Or at least back then, I didn't know of any translations of any materials like that. Hold on, there is someone crying. Someone is crying. And will he join us again? Be good. No, he's not gonna be good. I think it's an impossible thing for him to be good. Okay. I'm going to swap this then. I am with Cap. He is a monster. He's actually a little monster. Thank you for the follow. Bravo combo. Could you hear that? You could probably hear that, can't you? ASMR cat meowing. No. Okay, it's a problem. He gets fed in like 45 minutes. So he's protesting now as his cat tradition. Yeah. Yeah. Konosuba is very full of Slayer's energy. I suppose, but at the same time, like there's some distinct differences, I feel like. Especially in the way the characters are handled. That's fine, that's fine. Take your time. I'm gonna stretch. Actually, I'm gonna pop. Can I pop anything? Oh, yeah, a little bit. I don't know if you could hear the crack there. I think it's more so, there's a lot more sexual humor in Konosuba, honestly. That's not quite as present in Slayers. Like, they do have some offhanded comments in Slayers, but not nearly quite as blatant as darkness and Cosma and the panty stealing and things like that. At least when it comes to the animated series. I know that the comics, some of them are more blatant than others. Yeah, Cat's gone. He left me. He only wanted food. He only wanted food. And he's not getting it because it's 45 minutes early. Like, actually, it's 44 minutes early. There was a Slayers comic published by CPM Manga. Actually, is it CP Manga? Central Park? No, Central Park Media Manga. So it is CPM Manga. And that was surprisingly like closer, I guess, to Konosuba now that I think about it in terms of content and the joke styles. But it didn't quite mesh with the TV series. But it was also a different sort of cast situation. Just gonna have to live with this cat. Hold on. Let me stretch. I have a stretching. I only did the cracking. Not that the cracking is promised, because I can't guarantee anything is going to crack, but let's see. Manga are better for side contents. Light novels are what you're versed in. I actually haven't read any of the light novels. I haven't read too many light novels. I read, I think, the first one or two of Goblin Slayer, and a few other things that I started but not finished. I want to say it's a lot easier to store DVDs than it is to store manga. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Oh, actually, I can do this too. Nope, it's not this. It's this. Is it this? This. Okay. Found my book. I found my book. My book. And I changed how it reads things. Oh no. I don't know how to. Oh, I changed tabs. That's why. Technology. A plant girl species. In Konosuba? I've read some of the like Monster Girl entries for plant girls, and it's kind of they're so solitary though. They're stuck. But I guess they can't be. I guess they could be mobile plant girls, but nothing yap. Okay. What? Which book is that? How many books are there? They are stuck. That's why I'm happy that I'm plant second or third. Elf first. I think it would be a bit of a sad life being stuck to one place. Mobile plant girls. That's fair. That's fair. Although, in some places, they're also kind of limited mobility, I should say. Like, they can leave their tree, but they can't move very far from it. And I guess there are loopholes potentially about, like, getting your tree to move for you. But still. But still. I must say there aren't like not for VTubers, but just thinking like, there aren't too many different types of plant girls, are there? Not too many different types. I'm not a goblin. Not a goblin. I was just thinking too, a lot of goblins have very mobile ears, don't they? Some elves do too, but I think having like not as wiggly of an ear, not as much ear control, is more typical of elves. Also, I guess because they usually have, sometimes they have like much shorter ears. Much shorter ears. If you went too much monster plant girl. Maybe. Maybe. Internet bimbo fight goblins, give you back your gnarly creatures. Yeah, same with kobolds too. I remember someone trying to find kobold art for their character and it was kind of here are my two extremes. I want a work safe picture for my game. Okay. More bark than skin. Yeah, that could get really gnarly real quick. Although, I don't know if bark would be a good idea simply because of the lack of mobility. There are other plants that have much more mobility if you just go with something a little bit more. Thinking about, like, if you give it like a gentle line work instead, perhaps. Like a vine, if you look really closely. Magical bark. Yeah, but bark texture is still a bit rough. Do you want to be known as having rough skin like that? I don't think so. Rather have something softer. Something softer. I was thinking like petals, but at the same time, that might be a little too delicate. That would be too delicate. A posture check. So I had some Earl Grey tea. I'm gonna take another sip of the Earl Grey. Most of the time when I make funny faces like that, it's because I'm drinking and I don't have a... Actually, I do have a... My mug for tea, my cup for tea is not clear, but I do have water that is clear, so it tends to look a little bit less weird when I drink from that. Yeah, I've seen some really monstrous concepts for VTubers, but yeah, there's a fine line for friendliness, and even my design is a little... The skin color and the eye slur, I've heard, is a bit dramatic for some people, but I am me. I am me. Let's see. So we have the Draugr. Draugr up next. Yes, but I think for the eyes themselves, no problem. It's the sclera that kind of bother people, I think, a little bit. And it might also change depending on lighting situation too. When it's dark, I think it's a little less bothersome for people, perhaps, but not quite as bad as some other things that I've not necessarily seen. But if you have too many holes or something like that too close together, that can be like actually off-putting for people. it triggers the fear of tiny holes, right? And then there are some other things that you can do that can make it harder to read faces, which is not strictly good either. Mm-hmm. Let's see. No noise, because this is ASMR-esque. You can still throw a gnome. You can still throw a gnome. Even though it's no longer puzzle agent time. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Good evening, Boniface. Welcome to your gnome. Mm-hmm. It's not too bad. We've only gotten through a few things. We've gotten through like 2 pages of monsters. We've gotten through 2 pages of monsters. There are only 2 entries per page right now, though. I don't even know if they stuff 3 into a page. They don't, as far as I know. So next is the Draugr, which is Horde Organized. Rusty Sword for the weapon, which is d6 plus 1 damage. It has 7 hit points and 2 armor. Special qualities, Icy Touch. In the Nordimark, the men and women tell tales in their wooden halls of a place where the noble dead go. A mead hall atop their heavenly mountain where men of valor go to await the final battle for the world. It is a goodly place. It is a place where one hopes to go after death. And the inglorious dead? Those who fall to poison or in an act of cowardice, warriors though they may be? Well, those mead halls aren't open to all and sundry. Some come back, frozen and twisted and empowered by jealous rage, and wage their eternal war, not on the forces of giants or trolls, but on the tones of the men they once knew. Instinct to take from the living. Freeze flesh, call on the unworthy dead. Thank you for the follow, Lord Machina. So it's another vengeful dead. It's another vengeful dead. Okay. Just, it's kind of a, okay, it's already a little bit. Oh, what I suppose. Looking at the differences between these creatures. No, it's Draugr. I will spell it out. I will actually, give me a second and I can link the Dungeon World, the free site. You can read this all on theoretically if you so choose. The world, let me check. Okay, don't show that again. Okay, I will put this in chat. Where is it? Where is it? Give me chat. Okay. Here we go. No, this is quite different. Yeah, I guess, how would you read it? Like, okay, so there's Draugr. I could see the confusion. I don't know if Draugr are a open thing or not, which might be an issue. Also, well, hold on one second. Just thinking about the other chapters that we've covered. We've done Cavern Dwellers. So it would be a case of, would a Draugr be considered a cavern dweller? No. They are not they're considered... I guess? Thank you for the gift sub, Octorate. And thank you, Lord Machina, for taking the gift sub. Welcome to the garden. Are there no monks in Dungeon Worlds? There's not a monk by default. It's not part of the base game. However, you could theoretically find a class online and beg your DM to allow you to play a monk. I want to say when I played Dungeon World, people were definitely allowed to play alternate classes, but they needed to be approved by the DM first. Like, they need to be able to read the class because some of them were vastly overpowered compared to the others. Vastly. Because again, anyone can build on top of it. So there are dozens and dozens of extra classes, some of which might be paid or are paid, and some of which are probably not paid. I don't know because I picked a base class. I think some of the other players did too. Yeah. Dungeon World is strange about powers. Yeah, power levels. I can see that. One of the players had a class where basically it was meant to allow them to will into existence basically like whatever they wanted, and if they couldn't do it, then the DM was supposed to tell them how they could do it theoretically. Yeah. How much hit points is a dragon supposed to have? Let me check. That should be in the open book, so to speak. What kind of monster is a dragon? It's not that. It's not ravenous hordes. It's not folk of the realm. Planner powers? No. There's a world demon. Do we want to know how much hit points a Tarask has? We'll jump ahead a little bit. It doesn't have hit points. Tarask doesn't have hit points. A Jin has 14 hit points. If that gives you a feeling. A werewolf has 12. I don't see dragon, but I can search it really quickly. Let me see. Okay, we have an apocalypse dragon. An apocalypse dragon has 26 hit points. A regular dragon has 16. They are the greatest and most terrible things this world will ever have to offer. 16 hit points. But also thank you for the compliment, Lord Machina. Yeah. It's up to the DM. Everything's up to the DM. I've already read through the DM rules, and I actually like them quite a bit for setting things up for creating an actual system to play along, because as a DM for Dungeons and Dragons, I did not really feel like I had much to fall back on aside from like make something and then watch your players like kind of throw it away sometimes, and then have to make stuff on the spot anyway. It felt like there was more of a clear system I could use for being a game master in Dungeon Worlds. Yeah, I definitely want to reread the guidelines for Dungeon World and keep that in mind in the future. I've also seen people, I have a friend who has run multiple times different systems, and they oftentimes like pull things from other systems to build their own worlds to set things up. So I mentioned it. She takes rules from like a very small independent world building RPG and uses them with the players to build worlds for other systems. And then there's some sort of relationship mechanic in another game system that she takes for even when she's a player. she'll ask other people if they're willing to play the mini game, essentially, to build out their relationship beforehand. If the DM says, like, hey, you guys should know each other, figure it out. So I think that was how, in one of our games together, we found out that our two bards were bandmates, actually. They played in the same band. They were not like close friends or anything, but they had jammed out, I guess, together in a couple times. But they did not know each other's backgrounds, because I think they were actually both spies for different sides. It was a fun game. Thank you for the follow, Video Vigilante. No sé hago aquí, no sé inglés. I don't know what that. Just give me a second. Aside from no sé inglés, I think. Bars were great spies anyway. Yeah, they were good spies. They didn't actually need to really use their spy abilities a whole lot in the game necessarily, or not directly. Am I typing? Where am I typing? Thank you for the follow, Zinko Pancha and Edge Maverick. I really hope that you cannot hear this cat begging in the background. The thing was, that particular campaign was, we started off, the DM had set the tone as Sleepy Hollow, and we knew it was going to be set on a isolated area, and that, how to put this, the campaign opened and she asked each of us how we died. So we had been resurrected, essentially, from wherever we had been previously. We woke up on a rowboat that was rowing us to a cursed island. We had to solve the curse in order to get off the island. And a curse that had been in place for, I think, 20 plus years, something like that. I don't remember the exact timeline. I actually wrote really detailed notes. I actually kept a very good journal, I think. And I wrote recaps for every session that would be helpful for us. And I kept, like, it was a wiki, essentially. Keeping links for things. Yeah, the first session was that. There was it was probably my favorite campaign. It was 26 sessions. It was 26 sessions. My character had been crushed by a bookshelf. She was a student in a wizard university, and she was sneaking into the library at night to learn spells that were forbidden. You know, things like fireball, etc. For a divination student, not like, why do you know fireball? Not fireball, exactly, but like the first level, burning hands, things like that. So she was a gnome, and she toppled over a bookshelf onto herself and died in the middle of the night in the middle of the library. The bards died in completely unrelated incidents involving spying. This was very good for keeping fine details. There were a lot of potential small details to take, and then some of them were completely thrown away because it turned out that an NPC was actually PC controlled. Things like that. The NPC that was PC controlled was lying a lot, and like did not know. I'm trying to remember. It's interesting from that one. Mm. Oh yeah, a gnome. She was a gnome. We had a halfling, a gnome, a half elf, and a tiefling in a mostly human island. I say mostly human. Uh, Human and skeleton, an NPC PC controlled. It was a undead creature. It was a skeleton. We found a corpse that had been preserved-ish. I shouldn't say preserved, but like prevented from becoming undead on an island that was like half taken over by a necromancer. So it was kind of assumed that anything undead that rose on the island was due to the necromancer. We thought, the NPC. What we didn't know was that one of the bards took for their magical secret animate dead. So he secretly animated the dead, the corpse that we found, the skeleton. So we thought we would ask it like very basic questions because it seemed to like answer us. It was kind of a case of like, wow, this is a really advanced necromantic skeleton thing. Because we had met some of those before in this campaign. More like talking zombies, kind of. Done by this necromantic wizard. And yeah. So I would be asking questions like, can we call you this? Do you know who did this? Things like that. How long have you been dead? And the PC would apparently just be feeding like, yes, like YN to the GM. And the GM would just be like making the skeleton nod and stuff. No idea until after the campaign was done on my part. Yeah, it was a very I shouldn't say it's an unusual campaign. It was a fun campaign. It was a twist. I don't know how often I'd want that kind of twist in it because there were a lot of other things that happened in that campaign that may not fly with other people. Thank you for the follow, Extreme Contour and Bone Noble. Bone Noble. Okay, that's a bit on the nose for the topic. There were 3 factions, but only 2 came into great play. There was a devil and a necromancer. And if you've ever heard the name Grellhunt, it was a spin-off of that. It was an island where the Grellhunts had a vacation home, essentially. But they were long gone. They were long dead. But they still had some people in town who lived there and like eked out their existence on this tiny cursed island that they couldn't leave. There was a necromancer who used to work for the Grellhunts who was trying to take over the castle that was inhabited by a devil that had been summoned by the Grellhunts and her, by the necromancer. Grellhunts are a family from Waterdeep. They are in Forgotten Realms, D&D world. The Grellhunts are a noble family of Waterdeep, and they are kind of known for being, I don't want to say fiend touched exactly, but they do some like devil raising and stuff like that. So that was another thing. As a player who didn't know anything about that part of, because I hadn't played Waterdeep at the time, I didn't know those connections. So I was just kind of, oh, this is just a name. I don't understand the connection. But one of the bards, I think actually both of the bards, knew it out of character, and they were able to invoke that as part of their spy background, and having been characters from Waterdeep, like knowing what it means to deal with Grellhunts, to deal with Grellhunt property. So we were, it was a game of gently treading lines, being diplomatic between a devil and a necromancer, and what turned out to be like a werewolf cult. So, but the werewolf cult was just kind of really aside compared to the devil necromancer duality. A DW game? DW game? Don't know what that means. don't know what it means for it to be oh, Dungeon World game. I guess so, maybe, in terms of feeling it. She was surprised by, our DM was very surprised by how little we fought things, and the more we talked things out and tried to smooth things over, and how much we went off the beaten track because we were dumb. We got off the boat and we were told it was not Dungeon World. It was not Dungeon World. It was D&D. It was 5e. We got off the boat and we weren't prepared with how detailed the DM was, because she had actually like a painted map up for us that was actually accurate. So anything that we saw on the map was actually there. We weren't expecting that level of detail. So we had a world map, well, island map, and the person who boated us there, the boatman, told us, like, take the path, blah, 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 blah. And we kind of forgot about that and didn't realize that on the map there was a path. So kind of a case of, where do we go? Let's just go north. Let's just go north. So we kind of sidestepped a lot immediately. We sidestepped a lot. Yeah, we did. We did a lot of really weird stuff. Always assume they'll go off the beaten path. Yeah. Yeah, I had to do that too. Like, oh, you're actually going to ally with this person. Well, now let me just write up like the evil half of this campaign. Did a bunch of dumb things. Let's see. Extra well-prepared NPC will be ignored. Yeah, I've definitely had that happen too. I've made up someone on the spot. I had like a bunch of names picked out. Like, I'll just pick it out real quick. No biggie. And yeah, now they're literally a tag along in the party. The party bought them, essentially. The party bought them. Yeah, that happened with a few other NPCs in other games too. Not even because they had a funny name, but one of them was just like, oh, they're cute. It's, how are they cute? They were a name and like a very basic description. Or it's kind of a, hey. Well, actually, one of them just got kind of popular because, hey, it's a girl. Dude, I've got more than half of my NPCs are women. Why are you picking on this one? Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Let's see. Let's go. Okay, I was flipping through and I kind of messed up a little bit because I went to look up dragon for the hit points, and now I have to find back where I was before. I was in Undead Legions. We read the Draugr, and we need to move on to the ghost. Okay. Ghost. Oh. An NPC. Just... A savior of entering party from a TPK, and now the survivor and the remaining players with new characters want to adopt the NPC into their party. That's Goblin Slayer. I'm just thinking. I don't know if I've had that happen. Usually when it's a TPK, it's just, damn, it's a TPK. Or it's one character that somehow survives, maybe two out of a group of like 6 or 7, and like, well, they have PTSD now. They may have just retired to deal with that. I have actually TPK'd a party-ish. I say TPK, but they didn't actually die. But at the same time, you have to ask yourself, which is worse? death or being an eternal plaything to a archfey. Which is worse? They may have wanted death instead. Although one of them was eventually freed. That came back. That came back. And that was also meant for one shot. They just failed the mission. They just failed the mission. But that was on me, not on them. I was running in a module I altered, and I trusted the module to be balanced, and it was not very balanced, apparently. It was not very balanced. There were some stupid mistakes made, but at the same time, after a certain point, it was simply unwinnable. Let's see. So the ghost. Ghost. Solitary. Devious. Terrifying. Phantom Touch for d6 damage. 16 hit points, 0 armor. So here we have a ghost. It has the same amount of hit points as a dragon. Special qualities, insubstantial. Every culture tells the story the same way. You live, you love, or you hate. You win or you lose. You die somehow you're not too fond of, and here you are, ghostly and full of disappointments and what have you. Some people take it upon themselves, brave and kindly folks, to seek out the dead and help them pass to their rightful rest. You could find them most times down at the tavern drinking away the terrors they've seen or babbling to themselves in the madhouse. Death takes a toll on the living, no matter how you come by it. Instinct to haunt. Reveal the terrifying nature of death. Haunt a place of importance. Offer information from the other side at a price. Thank you for the follow, Layrex. Occasionally, also, in Dungeon World, there is an aside. Sorry, there's just loud things sometimes. I am sorry, my garden is not necessarily a super quiet place. There's a lot going on outside that I wish I could muffle. It's the nature of having a garden in a place sometimes that is like more urban than rural, but it's nice having the creature comforts readily available. That's good. That's good that you don't hear it. Sometimes I try to record things and it's kind of an, oh, I can hear that perfectly clearly. Oh, I have the rest of my tea. Oh. Thank you for the resubscription removed. Welcome back to the garden. Just get rid of the people. But then if I don't have the people, I can't have delicious things. I can't have delicious things. And then it would be farther away for me to go get things like tea if I want it. If I want to buy new stuff. It's useful having people nearby. It's just sometimes also a little noisy. I don't know if I would want to live in. Not if I grow my... I'm not growing my own tea. I'm not growing my own tea. And also, I mean, like, I don't really like cooking all that much. I do it when I have to, but I don't want to make my own lasagna again. I did that once. That was enough. I'll just let someone else make the lasagna for me. And then, like, growing mango, that's not happening either. It's not happening either. So occasionally, lasagna. That sounds like something that would spawn from, I'm sorry, John, a lasagna elf. Like a machine elf, lasagna, maybe? Or delicious in dungeon type thing. Actually, I haven't read a huge amount of Delicious in Dungeon, but thinking about like the whole concept of like cannibalism and stuff and how they're probably, oh actually, so there's that the tiger race, right? Or not tiger race. There's a fiendish race where they look like tigers with backwards hands. And they seem like the type that might make like lasagna. They seem like the type. Not that I would know from experience. Party's hardline is nothing sapient. Maybe your party. Maybe your party. Rakshasa. They don't have to go by that name, though. I don't know if Rakshasa is considered part of SRD or not. Or, that concept of it. Is there a more generic term than Rakshasa? Sometimes I've been called a man-eater. I don't know why. See, but there is sometimes a sidebar here in Dungeon World that is like a quote from something, a music, a book, TV series, something like that. This one is a quote from a book, and it deals with the ghost concept. People naturally pay respects to the dead. The person had, after all, just accomplished the most personal and profound feat of dying. Haruki Murakami. Sorry, I'm trying to read it. IQ84? Or is it 1Q84? I don't honestly know. I've never actually read a Haruki Murakami book. I'm going to guess it's 1Q84 though. I wanted to read the Wind Up Bird Chronicles. It had a really cool cover put out by Vertical, but I can't. It's not published anymore. I think I'd have to find it secondhand to get that cover. And it feels a little disingenuous to just want to read a book because of the cover, you know? Although, that's how I tend to judge books. Well, not all the time, but it's the first thing you see. It's the first thing you see. It's pretty good and weird. I mean, I've read, what is it, Black Fairy Tale and that. It's probably not, like, it's probably weirder than that, but I'm not against weird stories. I've read a few other Vertical novels that were published. I read Now You're One of Us. That was a trip. That was a trip. I think I still have a copy of that downstairs. So after the ghost, we have the ghoul. Talons, D8 damage, 1 piercing. Group, 10 hit points, 1 armor. Just thinking as an aside, they do tell you in the corner how the creature is likely to be come across. So group, knowing it's a 10 hit point creature that you find in groups, that's quite difficult of a creature, you know? Versus if it's solitary at 16 hit points, like that is tougher, but is it really that much worse than a group of ghouls with 10 hit points each? There's also, I believe, horde creatures, which would mean that there's like a big amount of them. Yeah, like the Draugrs are horde with 7 hit points each. Ghoul. Hunger. Hunger, hunger, hunger. Desperate, clinging, void stomach emptiness hunger. Sharp talons to rend flesh and teeth to tear and crack bones and suck out the soft marrow inside. Vomit up hate in screaming jealous anger and charge on twisted legs. Scare the living flesh and sweeten it evermore with the stink of fear. feast. Peasant or knight, wizard, sage, priest, or prince all make for such delicious meat. Instinct to eat. Gnaw off a body part. Gain the memories of their meal. That's a neat ability. Gain the memories of their meal. Just gain the memories of their meal. Imagine, I guess these are not, they don't say that they're intelligent. So I guess there probably wouldn't be a whole lot to be done with the memories, just savoring them. I do like that as a concept. But again, what can they really do with it with the limited amount of information that they've given here about the creature itself? It doesn't seem like they'd act upon it unless they were trying to use the memories to actually, you know what? Using the memories to scare the living flesh, as they put it. Being able to take terrifying memories of the person that they last ate, and using it to scare their next meal. That's probably the way that they do it. I want to say it's a ghoul. And using the memories to find more people would also work too. Imagine doing that. You come across a lone, like a ghoul that has just been created, dropped off. You become its food source, and now it knows the path back to town. That's pretty bad. That's a story. That's a story. I kind of wish that there was a bit of a... So there's a site called The Monsters Know What They're Doing. It's very helpful for Dungeons & Dragons CMs because it explains how to use abilities to their monster abilities in 5e. It's a great effect. How to think about how the creature is and how it would use the abilities it has. How to play them well. And I feel like this could also be useful if you don't have someone to like bounce ideas off of, like I do with you. Thinking about how a ghoul works out with the gain the memories of their last meal. Tucker's kobolds every encounter? Wouldn't that be ideal? Wouldn't that be ideal? I did try and run something Tucker's kobold-esque. It made the players hate kobolds. In a fun way. In a fun way. But yeah, I went trap crazy with them. Don't go into too narrow dirt dungeons. Oh, the next monster. I say monster. I guess yes, it is monster. It is monster. This is a monster list. Capital M. Even, I'm trying to remember the exact definition of monster. I'm gonna swap up because it's very important what a definition of a monster is. Oh, thank you for the raid. This is okay. That was a lot of emotes. Thank you for the raid, Nasu. For those who don't know me, I am the Evening Primrose. I am a garden elf. I come out at night to play games. I like board games. I like tabletop. And other things. I've been playing through The Witcher on Wednesdays. And I am currently reading tonight Dungeon World. We are going through the monster list. In a previous session, I read through the first two settings of monsters. This time we're going through Undead Legions and seeing what else will follow. And after we go through each setting, we are going to be ranking them. I've got a little ranking chart of all the monsters. How they feel, like their concepts, how cool they are. But welcome. Welcome Hammy and Zyme and Healthy Donut and Snapdragon and Dark One and Romaxa and that one V and Lol Gorgle and Ravi and Dix And Lich of Sin, you may find my brother in here. Your brother is another Lich. I want to say... So I'm reading about undead in here, and I was just going to grab out the definition of monster, because it's very important how they define monster in Dungeon World. Also, oh, that's a lot of follows. That's a lot of follows. Give me a second. It's a lot of follows. Thank you for the follows, Lord Valcor, and Robbie Does Twitch, and the Silent Crusader, and Mr. Omnix, and Healthy Donut, and Zyme. Thank you for the follow. Codename DOC Alt, and Autophage, and Mitsui, and Negitava Al, and Myran Turkand, and Ramaxa, and Snapdragon. Thank you for the follow, Nasu, and Guradon, and Dalek Lord. Like, okay, just one L versus two L's. Sabbatical, and Nobody. Let me actually. I think that the cat might be getting into something. I have a few cats, and I can't tell if you can hear about any of that going on in the background. Nothing? You can't hear anything? Thank you for... Oh, it's still working through it? It's still working through it. It's so slow. Well, the definition of a monster. Show cat. Cat. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? I think he's here. Yeah, this is the cat. He's one of the two big noisemakers, honestly. He's one of the two big noisemakers. Yeah, he cries a lot. Actually, it's about his dinner time, but I hope I can hold him off for a little bit longer. Just like a little bit longer, maybe. He also got a late breakfast, so he should be able to live for a little longer without being fed. He's a monster. He's a monster. Oh, that's not the right one. I need this one. Oh. This one. This one. This one. This one. Thank you for the no. Never been fed in his life, his entire life. Never been fed once. He actually doesn't have any kibble in his bowl, fortunately. So I can't even pull the trick of like, I've never been fed once, and there's obviously kibble still left in the bowl, because he will clean it. He will clean it. It's really unfortunate. He's gone very food defensive recently, since I added a third cat to the household. Like a third house cat. Ish. I say house cat. She's a rescue. And by rescue, I mean she used to live outside in the garden before it was my garden. I guess she sort of came with the house without realizing it. I had to take her in for health reasons. Her health. But now she's an indoor cat, except my cat doesn't like her. I think that he thinks she's going to take his food, which is really funny, because she doesn't eat a whole lot. She's been leaving a lot of food aside. And he is not leaving his food aside. Thank you for the follow, Bear. And Lol Gorgle. And thank you for the follow, Mad Majide. Is that how you pronounce it? Majide? Or is it Majide? I get a little... sometimes it can be a little hard for me to read. I definitely have words that I flub. Even proper English words, it's kind of, what do you mean it's not pronounced this way? If you've only ever seen them written. Okay. Majde. Thank you. My parents did a good job making me. Okay. Let's see. I was grabbing the definition of a monster. A monster is any living or undead thing that stands in the character's way. So, seeing this, humans could be monsters, technically, if you count it as a. If you make some sort of definition between like a lowercase monster and a capital M monster in terms of game design, they refer to them always as lowercase, I believe. Well, aside from, beginning of a sentence. But it's a nice way of putting it. Because there's, I suppose in D&D, it's always NPC this, NPC that, right? But players are more likely to say a question about, is it a monster? I think it's also a case of alignment, having to worry about that. In here, Dungeon World can be played very easily with evil characters. Or you may not even have. The alignment in Dungeon World is a bit different. It's like more tag based, but they have more limitations on it. Let me grab up an example. So the fighter, the thief, actually, I'll pick thief. Thief has alignment restrictions, or rather, they don't call it a restriction, they just don't really talk about it. You just have an alignment, one of three: chaotic, neutral, or evil, and they describe the different alignments. So for the thief, chaotic, leap into danger without a plan. Neutral, avoid detection or infiltrate a location. Evil, shift danger or blame from yourself to someone else. Yeah, very tag-based. It's heavily tag-based. So the way that they lay it out, I think, is a bit more... I don't want to say it's restrictive, like it is, but at the same time, you're relying on the definition someone else made up. You don't have to worry about, is it objective or subjective or anything like that. There's a clear line to be had for these. Clear guidance to follow. Doing things according to your alignment descriptor give you a bonus? It's been a long time since I've read it. Let me... It'll give you character certain actions that can earn you additional experience. This is Dungeon World. It's powered by the Apocalypse game. So, I think it's meant to be, descriptive. I think it would be very questionable if you're playing a... hold on, let me grab out another one. If you're a paladin, you have the options of lawful and good. Lawful is deny mercy to a criminal or unbeliever. Good is endanger yourself to protect someone weaker than you. If you're playing like completely against your alignment, that could be really awkward. You're denying yourself stuff. I think at that stage it might just be a case of like, can you swap concepts or just change your alignment? But I think these are things that should like greatly inform your character, honestly. When I played a paladin, I did definitely not play a good paladin. She was lawful. She was lawful. And she actually did get to deny mercy to a criminal or unbeliever. That was fun. One of the other PCs, an evil PC, asked for death. I did not grant it. Push story. I guess it doesn't force you, but at the same time, why are you playing Dungeon World if it's not to do this? I want to say it doesn't feel necessarily like a very min-maxy kind of game focused on numbers. Same thing with the whole bond situation. Same thing with bonds. I like the bond system too. It encourages the players to get involved with each other and work with each other more than D&D, I think. Or people tend to be very lone wolf, in my experience. Thank you for the follows. Nyotter and Fantastical and Vexpug and TFJ Deal and Willy Winker. Willy Wonker? Willy Wonker. Rewarding drama, story progression. That's yeah. But it's still a different mindset. It's a different mindset. But again, like the whole concept of a monster doesn't rely on whether or not the monster is good or evil. It is simply, does it oppose you? Does it oppose you? Versus in D&D, where there's a whole thing about like alignment of monsters and stuff like that. And sometimes it divide between, I guess, I mean, even in this game, they have a divide between what's a player character and what's a monster. But I suppose they also have a much limited variety of what is considered a player character race, for example. Unless you count the bonus ones. By bonus, I mean extraneous classes. I think the only races available are what? Human, dwarf, halfling, elf. There's a very limited number of classes. Or not classes, races. By default. Let me check. Because there's not even dwarf, elf, halfling, human for fighter. The ranger's elf or human, thief is halfling or human, cleric is dwarf or human, bard is elf or human, wizard is elf or human. There's, yeah, not a lot of variety, but the monsters can be any of those races. In fact, there's an entire section dedicated to folk of the realm, who are not actually necessarily defined by their race, but the bandit is a monster, the hedge wizard is a monster, the merchant is a monster, the noble is a monster. Willy the Wanker? Ah, okay. Thank you, Vexbug. And thank you for the follow, Mochi Marshall and Twisted Metal Dark. Welcome. So, it really depends on the game type of game you're going to run, and there are plenty of systems out there. There are plenty of systems. I've played in D&D, I played in, well, 5e and 3.5. I've played in Dungeon Worlds, I've played in Worlds Without Number, and Stars Without Number. Playbooks are still very rote. Yeah, I could see that a bit too, but it may not necessarily be good for like a super long game necessarily, but I haven't had the chance to do that truly. I think we've only gotten up to like level 3 or 4, and the story was told. That was the end. We didn't need a huge amount. Again, I like shorter games nowadays. I find that the longer ones don't tend to actually finish. But there was talk about like brothers in here, and then there was someone, the Lich King. So the next undead we have is the Lich. If I'm mispronouncing that, please feel free to correct me. I've only really read this. I haven't really listened to it. Lich. Lich sounds better to me. Solitary, magical, intelligent, cautious, hoarder, construct. Damage is magical force. D10 plus 3 damage, ignores armor. 16 hit points, 5 armor. Near, far for the tags. So it can attack from near and far, I suppose. Thank you, Aoi. Hello. How are you doing? And hello, Twisted Metal. Nice to meet you too. I don't know what that means. Riki of Domke? What does that mean? I shouldn't be speaking a language I don't know, or trying to speak a language I don't know. Lich like itch. Ah, okay, good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Finished my tea for today, for now. But I still have reading to do. We have made it through like 4 pages. We made it through 4 pages of Dungeon World content. Ah, okay. I've not played soccer. My game selection is a bit patchwork. Patchwork. Dungeon World is fun. And it's especially something to check out now with the whole thing going on, because it's powered by the apocalypse. And not D20 based. Although it might still need to change a few things. But I don't think it can change its license quite as much as, D&D is. It doesn't have any objectionable language. You take that back. It's not good old OGL anymore. It's not good old It's not good old LOGL anymore. Or it won't be shortly. Question mark. If the leaks are to be believed. A soul jar. So, for Dungeon World. Okay, let me fix something. I just need to fix my posture for me to read this. It is a quote. At the end, they give you a scroll and a jeweled medallion to commemorate your achievements. Grand Master of Abjuration, I was called then. Old man. Weak and wizened and just a bit too senile for them. The jealous half-wits. Barely apprentices, and they called themselves the New Council. It makes me sick, or would if I still could be. They told me it was an honor and I would be remembered forever. It was like listening to my own eulogy. Fitting in a way, don't you think? It took me another 10 years to learn the rituals, and another 4 to collect the material and you see before you the fruits of my labor. I endure. I live. I will see the death of this age and the dawn of the next. It pains me to have to do this, but, you see, you cannot be permitted to endanger my research. When you meet death, say hello for me, will you? Instinct. To unlive. So some of the moves they have is cast a perfected spell of death or destruction, set a ritual or great working into motion, reveal a preparation or plan already completed. Oh yeah, Baylor. Yes, I've read about Baylor. At least I think it's pronounced that way. Irish pronunciation is really difficult, to be frank. I know how to pronounce a few things because they've made it into pop culture, like Cuchulainn. I can read Cuchulainn. And Banshee. And, well, there's just she in general and a few other things. I actually have a children's book that goes a little bit into Baylor. But again, it's a children's book, so I'm frank. I'm not frank. Okay, I fall into this trap like twice this week. I'm not frank. I'm not Shirley either. It wasn't a part of my speech, was it? No, it wasn't. It wasn't part of the Lich speech. Let's see. Reveal a plan already completed, like Watchmen. What was it? Started. It already happened 35 minutes ago. That kind of thing. Masks? What to say? So I have a library of books, and sometimes there's a question of like, do I already have that in my library? I just haven't read it because I thought it looked good. Again, judging books by the cover. And then it's kind of or maybe I have a different book, but same name. I'm not certain. I'm not certain. What do you mean, gasp? I've bought a lot of books. But yeah, for Kieran too, actually. digital list of stuff. Not especially now. I used to try, but I bought a scanner once to try and keep a list of everything, but I gave up. It was annoying to put together. So then I tried to cull it down a bit and get rid of books that I didn't really care about anymore. So my library is actually quite a bit smaller because I'm thinking about the number of shelves I have just for books. This is only the bookshelves, not the other media. Yeah, it's too late. I bought Zoops, I've already gotten rid of them. It's more so, I guess I have like 5 bookshelves. It's not the only books I have though, but I used to have more, but the problem would be they don't fit on the bookshelves and I don't have any more room. So just going through and culling things that I didn't really care about, things that I read once and I didn't necessarily really like, or I just thought it's not really me anymore. Don't need it anymore, things like that. So not quite as much as I used to have, but I think I kept most of like the tabletop RPG books, aside from some of the side books for things that I didn't think I'd ever get to play in or run. And I don't usually think that for tabletop books I buy duplicates. That section of the library is only about like like 2 shelves, 3 shelves. 2 or 3 shelves. Not very big compared to like the manga, honestly. I had a problem with Higurashi, with trying to keep up to which one I needed, because at that point it was like, do I need 23? 22? I still haven't actually finished the Higurashi manga. But also thank you for the compliment, Fantastic Cow. When it comes to the Kirin, also, I think I've done some editing. I had a player in a game I was also a player in, and they asked the DM if they could have a Kirin for a mount, not in terms of power, just like cosmetic looks, because it kind of matched their own character look. A tiefling with deer kind of horns ish, like antler style. So they wanted to see if they could get a mount that also had antlers, and they were paladin too. So for their majestic steed type option, so the DM let them have a Kirin essentially in terms of looks. It had, I believe, the stats of an elk though. So they look really cool with the horns and the scales and the fur. It's an interesting combination. As a not I guess they kind of occupy a similar spot as unicorn, right, in terms of feeling. Although I guess without the whole like maiden taming aspect to it, because that's a little awkward. Maiden taming, or rather tamed by a maiden, right? God, the unicorn isn't taming the maid, it's the other way around. Oh right, there is an aside for the Lich. Occasionally in Dungeon World there are asides for things. Quotes from media, books, songs, TV shows. So the one for the Lich. Now they will know why they are afraid of the dark. Now they will learn why they fear the night. Thulsa Doom, Conan the Barbarian. I've never read a Conan the Barbarian book. I want to say I've heard he's not strictly a barbarian, that he's kind of a I don't know, like a battle master thief, like he's a weird multi-class in terms of concept. But I don't know. The name didn't really inspire confidence in something I'd be interested in reading, honestly. Rogue. Beefy man rogue. That reminds me of something that I read recently about a someone whose character rocked up to everyone else. They were wearing like scale mail, and they had a sword and board essentially, and everyone's like, "Oh, so welcome to the party, fighter," and they're like, "Actually, I'm a barbarian." It was just sort of a, how does that compute? How does that compute? Just kind of a, so it's medium armor, whatever it was, and like, not wrong, you have proficiency in all those things, and depending on how you build it, it's better to have armor at certain levels than to not have armor. Yeah. So it's just kind of a, you know what, it's not common, but sometimes it's fun to play off that kind of thing. Yeah, just because you're a big beefy man or woman doesn't mean you have to be a barbarian, and just because you're a barbarian doesn't mean that you have to dress like one. See, ooh, thank you, Arcrest, for the tier, for the subs. Thank you for the 5 subs. Welcome, Boomabo and Goal and Fiend's and Sailor Moon Kitty and Crystallizer Blue Soul to the garden. Welcome. I really need to commission those new emotes now. I really need to commission new emotes. So, read the Umineko manga. I wanted to finish Shigarashi before I moved on to Umineko. I wouldn't be against a sound novel. I started Higurashi sound novel, but I never finished even the first chapter. For long, like, novel games, I get a little bored, honestly. I haven't finished, like, I haven't done complete paths for most of the ones I've started, and sometimes I just kind of... Oh, so I guess this is one of those things with, like, streamers too, and I talked about this before. I'll fall asleep while watching them, and I feel kind of bad. Unless it's ASMR, then I don't feel so bad. There's someone I listen to who does walks on Friday afternoons for me. So if I wake up early enough, like middle of the day for me essentially, I can pop it on and then fall back asleep. But yeah, just sound novels kind of do the same thing to me. I feel like a lot of the visual novels, the reading gets me tired. Like, actually reading books, not a problem, but I guess once it's on the screen, it just kind of drains me, I guess. A monk that dresses like a wizard? I guess that works, because they both be wearing no armor, but different styles generally. And then carry a big stick with, like, a crystal or something on it. I had a monk that actually dressed a bit, probably more like one would expect a barbarian. Also, she was kind of accidentally beefy, I guess. Like, not really beefy, but she, I think, tended to read more as a barbarian to other people. Also because she was dumb as dirt. Yeah, one of my grapplers. The sea grappler. Yeah. The one who I reinvented in a different system who ended up becoming a barbarian instead of a monk. Shh. Yeah, I grapple a lot. Shh. And I swear, whatever character I create next, 90% chance they won't be a grappler. 90% chance I won't make a grappler. I cannot make any promises, though. Now that I'm thinking about it, I can't make any promises. Thank you, Tyrant Jin, for the follow, and thank you, Rusted Bartender, for the follow as well. 360 inputs. No, it does not matter to me if they're asleep or not. It doesn't bother me. I suppose I feel a little bit bad, though, when it's like a smaller streamer and I'm asleep because there's no, like, feedback. Although, I mean, it doesn't bother me so much. I know it doesn't bother some of the other ones because they can talk without any input for hours. But for other ones that aren't intending to be ASMR, but I just really like their voice and their soul, I do feel bad for sleeping, but like, it's so nice and soft. You're gonna make a Rouge? Are you gonna make a Tiefling Rouge? That's one of the legal ways to have a red character, right? 360 inputs? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. 720 input? It's kind of a 720 progressive? Not interlaced? I don't understand the importance of 360, 720 unless you're talking about like video quality. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't... When I play fighting games too, not that I play them very often, I play them very sparingly. I do like... I like grapplers, apparently. I liked King in Tekken, and I have Aquapazza. I think it's Aquapazza? I like Tamaki as a character, so I picked Tamaki and I found out she's a grappler too. She's a grappler too. I can't escape it. I can't escape it. Not much for reading right now, though. Just talking. Like, do I change the name of the stream? Thank you for the follow, Verdino and Kaiki Dish. Sorry. Kaiki Deishu? Kaiki Deishu. I'm trying here. A full circle? Okay. A full circle. Ah, okay. I think I get it. I think I get it. When I played Tekken, I was playing Tekken 2. It was a very, very long time ago. Let's see. What was my last reading? Oh, right. We finished the Lich. Thinking about the next game that I'm going to be a part of, and it's kind of yeah, I actually don't know. I might play Grappler again. It's going to be a new system, Grappler, though. I'm going to be learning a new system. If it's the game I'm thinking of. So, actually, never mind. I don't think a Grappler would fit. I don't think a Grappler would fit. Unless... Actually, it might. I think about it. It's really hard to judge. It's really hard to judge the system. Thank you for the follow, Go Make the Lava Go. Time to grapple your head. I really like the effect that the accidental... what is the phrase? Accidental translucency that is given. I feel like I should have chosen a different color, but it looks pretty nice and not, like, overwhelming this way. Wave dash input for Tekken, complex input. It's been a very long... I actually still have the copy of the game that I played of Tekken 2. I don't have a PlayStation 1 to play it on, though. RDC. I liked... Okay, when I played King, I liked him because he had a leopard head. I liked that whole thing. And the background story that he had of, like, the orphanage and stuff. That's what I liked. I don't remember any of the controls. I might still have the book, too, in the case. And that was how I learned the commands, I think. Give me a second, actually. And thank you for the follow, Mr. Nerrit. Give me a second. I'm going to actually see if I have the game. I know exactly where it is, and it's just off the screen here. I just want to pop over and check. I found it! I found my copy of Tekken 2. It was exactly where I thought it would be. Man, it's got some cracks. More than a sequel, the undisputed #1 fighting game on the planet. Tekken 2 is every fighter's dream. Great moves, depths, tons of secrets, and reigns over everything else so far. GamePro. 23 new stages. It's a 1 or 2 player game. 23 of the greatest fighters on Earth. Includes new characters, new bosses, each with new ways to inflict multiple 10-hit combos. Let me check. Oh god, this book has seen better days. But it's not the worst book I think I have. I think the Final Fantasy books like suffered the most. Yeah, let's see. Junie, let me check. So the characters that they have, Heihachi, Paul, Nina, Law, King. Yeah, okay. I don't know what RGC is. It's not listed in here. I think I only learned the commands that were in here. Although there was something that taught you in the game how to perform other commands. So he has the 2-jab uppercut, the exploder, the stagger kick, the stomach smash, the hijack backbreaker, the moonsault body press, the pile driver, and the Boston Club. But yeah, all I had to go off of was the initially the book, the video, like the opening video, and the image on the cover. Not that that included King, honestly. Actually, is King the only one who's not included on there? Maybe. Rolling Death Cradle. Okay. But yeah, I don't know if this is the limit of all the moves or not in Tekken 2. Let's see. Yeah, the story that they had for King at the time. King helps orphans by managing an orphanage with money he earns from pro wrestling. Unfortunately, the orphanage is running out of money, and King has turned to heavy drinking. He decides to participate in a tournament to regain the children's hearts and to pull his life together. RDC was in Tekken 3. Okay, that makes me feel better. Not that I would have remembered any of the movesets from here anyway. Again, it's been... when did this come out? Let me check the published date. Okay, so this has Tekken 2, copyright 94, 95, 96. And that's only inside of the book and the outside too. So sure is a disc. I also found my copy, my physical copy for Manga Gamer, the mangagamer.com version of Higurashi When They Cry. The physical one I got. I don't know how much it includes though, honestly. I think it was what's the phrase? They had a booth somewhere at a convention, and they had I don't remember the name of it. In anime, you sometimes see it. They have that spinning box that will spit out a ball, a white ball if it's a loser, and like a colored ball if it's a winner, that kind of thing. So they had one of those, and what I really wanted was this game, this CD. The Higurashi When They Cry sound novel. The lottery thing, yes, lottery ball. So what I wanted was that. So they told me if I wanted, I had to play the game. I had to play the ball thing. I did. What I didn't realize is that the sound novel was the consolation prize. So it was kind of like, oh no, you didn't win. And it's kind of like, what? And it's kind of like, here you go. And handing me a consolation prize of the CD. It was just kind of, oh, this was what I wanted in the first place. This is what I wanted in the first place. I'm fine with this. Although, thinking about it, I don't know what the actual, like, non-consolation prizes were. Like, maybe I should have been a little bit more choosy at the time, but I was happy with that. I don't super remember the other games that Manga Gamer had out at the time and may have brought to that convention, honestly. But sorry, reading the next monster a little bit ahead. I think I might actually only do Undead Horde tonight, depending on how things go. Let's see. So we finished the Lich. Gnome missing. Oh, actually, I don't know if I said this already. If I keeping track, short-term memory. Thank you, Mr. Narrett, for the follow as well. Dungeon World is not okay. When you say rules light, it's not GURPS, but this is a 410-page book, so like not the most rules light. Granted, as a player, you don't need to read all 410 pages. You just need to read. Let's see. Actually, hold on. Let me take a. Okay, we're gonna read that one next. You want to read the first. Let's see. 157 pages. But you don't need to read them all. You only, if you don't care about the classes and you just read one specific class, then it is 80 pages. It's not the lightest, but it's not as number crunchy as other ones. The location where you murdered her body on page 270. Let's see, what is actually on page 270? It's on page 270. Let's see. Okay. Nothing super funny. It's just an Eagle Lord and an Elvish Warrior. I thought it might be the skeleton or the Dryad. Something else. Yeah, there's a few others that might have similar sort of, not exactly similar names, but yeah, I suppose if I were to rank them, Dungeon World seems easier than Worlds Without Number. And I guess compared to, actually, yeah, it would be way easier than Worlds Without Number. Not like way easier, but like just remembering the item inventory issue that we had with Worlds Without Number. Not that it was like a huge issue, but still, they don't even really come into play in this game, as far as I can think of. Let's see. Where's your equipment? Okay, yeah, they do have weight. Tiny Dungeon. I feel like Tiny Dungeon is something I've heard of, but it's not something I've read. I suppose it's not the most rules light, like Powered by the Apocalypse game either that I've read. But at the same time, the most rules light one I've read has been very, very light. And I guess if you do want to come across with this sort of fantasy feel, you do need to add a bit more rules than, say, Magical Fury has. As my example of a very light RPG. Very light RPG. Thinking about other systems though, in the same like fantasy sort of feeling, but are maybe okay. There's Pathfinder, which is like more mechanically heavy than D&D 5e, but at the same time, Pathfinder 1 versus 3.5, depending on what you choose to play, I guess it changes it a little bit. But maybe that's just my own personal experience because I played something really broken in a bad way in 3.5. Tag system. Yeah, but the tag system might be a bit up to DM feeling, but I feel like a lot of the rest of it is more regimented than not, which I like about being that's okay. I've not DM'd Dungeon World, but I feel like I would enjoy it a bit more than I did for D&D. Once I get a little bit of practice under my belt, I think. I have about 2 years experience, I suppose, running for Dungeons and Dragons 5e, but not a whole lot for other systems. By not a whole lot, I mean like I've run a game of Everybody is John. Everyone is John? which is like a party game RPG. It's a one page type thing, maybe 2 pages if I miscounted, like how you count a page, a sheet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone in Shaman was fun, but it was also a little difficult for what I chose. I had a small number of players, which made it a little strange, but it worked out in the end, I think. Mm-hmm. I've also everyone in Shaman was fun, and also I think it's thinking about some of the other games I played that are very light. Um, it was easy enough because you're setting the players against each other, but also not so against each other that they kill each other. Honestly, it's a fine balance to strike, but still the amount of trolling possible is quite high. And thinking about some of the other games I've played where there needs to be more cooperation and it's a serious one shot. Mm. One of your options as a fighter is to let you add messy and forceful as a tag to your weapon, but there's very little to determine mechanical things about it. It matters way more. Ah, ah. So you need to be a bit more potentially imaginative as a DM. Um, let's see. I suppose it's a bit more of a like let the players do cool things, but also you need to not let the cool things be completely overwhelming for the game system. Yeah, being a DM is hard. Appreciate your DMs. go go treat your DM to something nice. They deserve it for us. Thank you for the follow here, 86 and Ishov. Isolve. Isolve. Mm. Uh, that's one of the nice things about some of the board games, though, that are kind of RPG like. When you get to battle against the table, no one has to take that position of being the DM. At the same time, like Gloomhaven kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. It's difficult if not everyone is on the same page. If you don't remember what you're there to do. But I guess if you consider it like it's tabletop RPG night, except we're playing Gloomhaven. I don't know if it has quite the same amount of excitement behind it as saying it's tabletop RPG night and we're playing Dungeons and Dragons, we're playing Dungeon World, we're playing Werewolf, or something like that. You all want to be the jam? I'm actually kind of grateful that in my group, my former group, I should say, I guess, like we still play board games together, but we haven't played tabletop. Oh, I guess it's been a couple months. It's only been a couple months. The table has more people who have DM'd, not necessarily for the group that we're playing with, more people that have DM'd than not. And around the table, 3 of the 7, 8, I guess, have DM'd explicitly for the group that's there, or some portion of the group that's there. It's a little wibbly. Like, not everyone plays all together. It's not like we have an 8-player game of D&D. It was only a 7-player, including the DM game of D&D. That's not much better, is it? Yeah. Actually, now I think about it, it was looking around the table mentally. We have the fighter, the sorcerer, the monk, the rogue, the warlock artificer, the paladin. Okay, 6, and then the GM. Okay, so yeah, 6 and GM. Still a large party, but that was just one of the games. There were other games that were a smaller subsection of these sorts of things. But that was one of the longer campaigns. But yeah. 2 main GMs swapping one of the nights, and then if someone needed a break, someone else would take up the mantle and pop something out, a one shot or something, or a mini campaign. So I've played some weird, not weird exactly, but some like strange little systems too. I played something called Aegon, and that was quite different, honestly. Aegon. It was much broader strokes than we were used to playing in terms of how you describe things. Like your turn was it always felt like it was a grand action, so to speak. Even when it came to something as minuscule as a fight. Like a fight would be over in like 1 or 2 rounds, so to speak, around the table. Because there were problems that were greater than a simple fight that had to be solved over the course of a session. Aegon is a Greek god-esque themed game. Maybe I should say Greek. We were all children or blessed of Greek gods, and there's a word for this. There's a popular Odysseus, like the Odyssey. It was an Odyssey-esque game where we were all on a ship traveling to different islands and basically solving the island's problems while earning favor of the gods who are bringing pride to their name, or like fucking shit up so bad that they may want to disname us, essentially. So, being blessed of gods, unlike Scion where things kind of go into like diminutive bits of rounds and stuff, it felt much more descriptive and large. But it was a very strange little system, but we completed it. We completed a mini campaign. I don't know if I would play it again necessarily, but it was interesting to try out, and it forced us to try and be more descriptive than one would normally be. We would often have to, we would have a name for the character, like a proper name, but then we would also have a title, and we were meant to, as often as possible, essentially, try to shove our title in some way so that we could get a bonus based on the title. So depending on how well you crafted your character, how well you crafted your title, you can get a lot more benefits than some other people. I chose a title that turned out to be a little difficult to use. Except in certain situations. And honestly, thinking in that game, she wasn't a brawler, but she was a fighter. She was a beefy spear user. I have a lot of brusque fighters in my background now that I think about it. Maybe I have a type. Okay, stretch. Okay, oh, that was cracky. Okay, the model. So let me put the book away really quickly. That was... Nope, that's a cat. Is my type of character to play. And I would not call them mothers at all. They were not that type. I actually remember in one game we were trying to I don't remember exactly how it happened. Trying to gain the favor of a princess. So two of us were trying to hit on her, so I tried to do the Cabedon style, aggressive type. It did not impress her much, in fact. So she instead went with the like gentle, not gentle, but like the suave, charismatic type of guy instead. He basically rescued her from me. My dad Zeus was not proud of my character that day. Yeah, she was not She was not meant to be that sort of character. I actually rarely play my characters with any sort of like romantic interest whatsoever. Like there's adventuring and then there's romance. Those are two very separate things. They don't really intersect a whole lot. Well, thank you for the follow, Caligari White. Yeah, not enough experience with chat for it. Yeah, no. I find it a little embarrassing to act that out, honestly, even though it's among friends. Though, you're acting on them for doing that. It happens sometimes. It happens sometimes. I had another campaign where my character was supposed to... for mechanical benefit, I have to, like, emphasize this. It was for a mechanical benefit. The DM would allow us to like push the boundary once a session if we could come up with a like good reasoning for it. I wanted to teleport essentially, teleport through a fence using a spell that I had, and I wanted to take another character with me, and my character had dedicated themselves. I want to say, okay, so she was another brusque fighter type, but because of reasons she had basically pledged to like endorse the Forgotten Realms goddess of love for some reason. I think that was another mechanical benefit story. So in order to try and persuade that goddess to let me phase another person through this fence with me, I basically uttered a little prayer to her and then kissed the NPC to try and get that benefit, and it worked. DM liked it enough, but after that, just like hand holding. That's it. It's barely going to be mentioned again. Nothing. Phase through a fence. I had to get into a like rich neighborhood that had guards posted outside of it, so we had to phase through a fence. We had to teleport through a fence. A fence, like legit. It was a tall fence, okay, and I didn't have any other way through it. I didn't have the charisma to like bribe the guards, and I couldn't pass as a local. Climbing, it was too visible. I didn't want to. It was a sneaky mission. We were trying to sneak into someone's house, so I didn't want to like do it in daylight, climbing through the fence. And it was two of us that had to climb it. And also, I wasn't a very sneaky person. Some people talked their way through. Some people did like monk shadow jumping through or other fancy things. Like we had a rogue who can teleport with their knives. Easy. The clunking fighter. Not really. Not a whole lot. Yeah. It was better. Teleporting was better. Going from like a edge of an alley to the other side, behind a bush or something. It's a lot better. And thank you for the follow, Skymet. It worked. The DM allowed it. It was not the most egregious thing in that campaign. But yeah, for mechanical benefits, that's when romance is invoked. As a not even like anywhere close to Fade to Black scenes. Okay. Over the course of this, I closed the book and now I have to reopen it to the morgue. I say morgue. I say morgue. It's not spelled the way you would expect for an Undead Legions thing. But I'm assuming it's pronounced the same. It's spelled this way. Morgue. Like M-O-R-G. M-O-R-G-U-E. But it's pronounced. I am not familiar with the word. I wonder if it's from some sort of not fairy tale exactly, but folklore. I don't know. I find that happens not a lot exactly, like folklore. I don't know, but It does sometimes slip through. I have things that some folklore I know a decent amount about, and some that I know very, very little about. The Polish stuff in Witcher, for instance, don't know a huge amount about. Yokai, though, I know a decent amount about. Not as much as a native at all, I would imagine, but a decent amount. None blushing for a character compliment. Yeah, that's kind of like light touch. That's fine. Mm-mm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Another character I'm just thinking about who was trying to save a damsel in distress, or so he thought, from the clutches of a long dead mad scientist project that had her like bound up in a like giant metal ball thingy of different elements pounding her all the time, like basically like washing her in wild elemental magic for ages and ages and ages. He freed her. Like, oh, so this is gonna be, start of romance arc maybe? For the suave rogue? Mm-mm. She was the mad scientist. She rewarded us by letting us live. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of ended a lot of interest and romance in that campaign for me and that character. Like, nope, I should have seen it coming. I don't know why we assumed that the mad scientist in this laboratory was male, and not a cute elf girl. Don't trust the elves. Don't trust the elves. I mean, not all nuns have that sort of vow, right? Depending on the type of nun, I would imagine. So it's probably fine. As long as she wasn't Catholic or Christian, right? And it's a fantasy world. Unless you're playing like World of Darkness, in which case, it's World of Darkness. That happens. She was definitely that kind of nun. Okay, well, she learned an important lesson that day, didn't she? And you. Thank you for the follow, Ross the Kitsune. Okay, so the next thing I have, actually, hold on, I'm gonna have this drink. Okay, the next thing is the Morgue. It is a group monster. It has a bite for d8 damage, 10 hit points, and 0 armor. It has a range of close, or a range tag, I should say, of close. You never get away with murder. Not really. You might evade the law, might escape your unconscious in the end and die, fat and happy in a mansion somewhere. When the gods themselves notice your misdeeds, though, that's where your luck runs out and a morgue is born. The morgue is a skeleton. Flesh and skin and hair all rotted away. All but their guts, their twisted, knotted guts, still spill from their bellies, magically preserved and often wrapped, noose-like, about their necks. They do not think exactly, but they suffer. They kill and they wreak havoc, and their souls do not rest. Such is the punishment, both on them for the crime and on all mankind for daring to murder one another. The gods are just, and they are harsh. Instinct to wreak havoc. Moves include rage and add to their collection of guts. Add to their collection of guts? Just super skeletons? That's fair. Just thinking more so. They don't specify, like, where do they keep the guts? Is this like, if you watch The Witcher, there was a a creature I don't remember the name of. It was like a spotted something or other that had spoons. It kept spoons. And more so like maybe the guts are the same way. They have their own guts on them, but they have like collections of guts that they show off essentially in their home. Abode, I should say. Oh, sorry. Let's see. To wreak havoc, though, their souls do not rest. I wonder then, what would happen if you have some of these monsters come upon each other? The one that eats souls, would they be able to eat the soul of a morgue? Would a devourer go through with it? Because they don't eat flesh. I don't know if there's any flesh on the morgue. That's... Imagine wizard fights between someone setting their devourer off against a morgue. Like, this is a science experiment. That would be a case of, like, how do you determine if a creature has a soul? Would a devourer go after it? I'm sorry, I'm thinking of diabolical wizard schemes. A little bit. Crimes against humanity. Would this consider... Actually, all I can think of is, would that earn me a spot as a morgue doing those sorts of things? Seeing whether or not it has something... whether or not something has a soul by sticking something that you know eats souls on it. On the one hand, if it goes after it as a soul, you just probably made it suffer. But at the same time, if it doesn't have a soul, nothing happens. That's fine. And also, I mean, sometimes when it has a soul, like the morgue, is it really a loss for it to be destroyed? A new super undead? Maybe an abomination, perhaps? Not like abomination quite in here, but wizards, no sense of right and wrong. Yeah, that's why it's fun to be a wizard. Okay, water. I'll take some water. It's actually water now. I've run out of tea. Not completely. My tea stores are not completely dry, but the tea here is gone. The tea in the garden's gone. I'd have to go make some more. Let me see how much is left. We're like a little over halfway through. Next we have the mummy. I've never actually seen the mummy. I'm a little surprised that they don't have a mummy quote on the side. I mentioned that they often have sides. And I swear that they've quoted the mummy before, but I've never actually seen the mummy. I feel like it's something I should do. And it's something I probably should have done before Halloween. Let's see. Mummy. Oh, it's not a tag I see very often. Oh, posture check. Okay, you can tell that I'm slouching here. You can tell I'm slouching. Okay. I'm going to do this in, I think, the opposite order. Or rather, like, posture check, stretch, posture check, if that makes sense. To make sure it works okay. Okay, can I do any cracks this time? No, I can't. Oh, hey, I got one. Oh, that was good too. I don't often do that stretch. I should probably incorporate it more often. When you steeple, intertwine your hands together and then I guess flip your hands so that your palms are facing upwards and stretching out your fingers that way. I don't do it very often. I feel like I should. Okay. I'm hearing like a lot of like little tiny cracks that will never get picked up. It's probably just like sometimes you hear sounds in your head. That's your body. Is that the phrasing for it? know that there are sounds that your body can produce that others can hear, like your stomach growling or other things like bones cracking. But sometimes there's some really close noises that I really don't know if others could hear. I wonder if there's a word for that. Okay, I didn't finish the stretch. Let me. Okay. I think I got it out. And finishing off another posture check. Make sure I'm not immediately throwing it away. And thank you for that follow, Dakota. So, the mummy. Solitary, divine, order. I don't think we very often have come across divine as a tag, honestly. So it does for an attack smash for d10 plus 2 damage, 16 hit points, and 1 armor. Divine sounds intense. Yeah, I'm gonna pop that back. I'm gonna flip over back to the section on tags for monsters because they do define them as some mummy. So it makes sense that it is divine. So, okay. They don't actually have it as a tag in here in the space that I figured it would be. I am gonna have to search a little bit more. I'm going to have to search a little bit more. Oh, treasure is divine. Okay. So it's a bit strange because it might be because of this being a beta edition, but they have, yeah, the treasure is divine, or rather, they have monster tags that include magical, devious, amorphous, organized, intelligent, hoarder, stealthy, terrifying, cautious, construct, planner, and organization tags and size tags. You would imagine that, like planner, construct, magical, that divine would be in there. These are monster tags, just monster tags. However, there's a separate section for treasure, like they have start with the monster's damage die, modified if the monster is hoarder, magical, divine, planner, lord over others, ancient and noteworthy. So they mentioned divine in there. And they define divine there, but again, it's a bit strange, I suppose. Let me check if there's maybe it's another section too, where they define divine as a tag. Not here. It's still going through the wrong area. Yeah, it doesn't bother me necessarily that it's a treasure tag. It's more like, is the treasure tag the only instance of that? Is it only a treasure tag? Or is it more? Divine favor, divine magic, divine authority. Oh, it reminds. So they have it as part of steading tags as well, divine. But that doesn't work here. It doesn't work here. Oh, hold on. So there's also a section in the creating a monster bit where there is basically asking questions like, what is it known to do? What does it want that causes problems for others? What is its most important defense? What is it known for? Choose all that apply. And divine comes in as, what is it known for? The favor of the gods. That gets it divine, +2 damage or +2 hit points, or both. Your call. After that, treasure is next area where divine comes in. And after that is mummy, essentially. Yeah, it's just a case of they don't mark it as like a treasure tag explicitly, exactly. That's the thing. Tags are amorphous. Tags are a bit amorphous. I'm actually going to take a quick break to make a little bit more tea after I finish reading Mummy. Give it. I realize I need to feed the cat. He needs to be fed. Also, thank you for the follow. Triple ants? Triple ants. Is either that or triple ants? Are you triple ants? Triple ants. So, mummy. And they only have the close tag for attacks. There are cultures who revere the dead. They do not bury them in the cold earth and mourn their passing. These people spend weeks preparing the sacred corpse for its eternal rest. Temples, pyramids, and great vaults of stone are built to house them, and they are populated with slaves, pets, and gold. The better to live in luxury beyond the black gates, no? Do not be tempted by these vaults. Oh, I know that greedy look. Heed my warnings or risk a terrible fate, for the honored dead do not wish to be disturbed. Thievery will only raise their ire. Don't say I did not warn you. Instinct, to enjoy eternal rest. Special things include curse them, wrap them up, rise again. So these are just little loot jars. They're little loot jars. Except for rise again. Except for rise again. I'm a little surprised they don't have an aside for this for return the slab. How does it go? Return the slab. Do they still play Courage on TV at all? Do they still play Courage? I don't know. It's been so long since I've seen it. I didn't very much enjoy it when I was younger. Well, you've seen me scream at things before. It scared me. It scared me a little bit. It was off-putting. Especially the Return the Slab episode. I can laugh about it now. In hindsight. There's a lot of things like that. But yeah, I need to take a quick break to feed someone and to make a little bit more tea. So I will be back in a little bit. I am back. I have my new tea. It's another breakfast tea. Well, before it was Earl Grey. This time it's breakfast tea. But also, okay, I missed a few things. I missed a few things. It's an Irish breakfast tea right now. I haven't eaten yet, but I'm going to eat after stream. I'm gonna eat after stream. So breakfast tea to start off before like proper breakfast. Actually, it's not too late for pizza. It's not too late for pizza. Maybe I'll do that. Living in a place with, well, That's one of the other nice benefits of living in a place that's more of a city than not, because you can get things that are usually in more rural areas. Like, you won't be able to get it, or it won't be open as late. It's a green thing. I am a green thing. I am green. Is there a problem with being green? Just yeah, it is difficult being green. But thank you for the follow, Mighty Charm and Uriah and Cirrus. Or should I be saying Uriar? Probably Uriar. I shouldn't drop the R. That was my bad. Damage through and hack and slash. Let's check the rule book. It's been a while since I've covered that. I started reading this book, Dungeon World. Like, I had read chunks of it before because I played the game, but I haven't played a game of it in years. And also, I started reading this August, I think. I've not read any of the Planescape books. I've not read any of the Planescape books. Sorry, I think I just heard someone finish their food. I was feeding a cat and making tea at the same time, and there's the whole thing about kitten mittens, and sometimes, it doesn't sound so bad because the cat is so clunking loud. Okay. Let me grab something. Planescape. Okay, not Torment. I don't need to see Planescape Torment. Just looking at the books real quick. Oh. Okay, I knew why it sounded familiar. The artist who did the art, Tony DiTerlizzi, also did the splash art for Changeling, so that's how I know about Planescape. Because I'll bring up like Changeling having like really beautiful concept art for the characters, and people will be like, oh, it looks like Planescape, and it's kind of Planescape? But yeah. I came from a different angle, I suppose. But yeah, I think it's been suggested before because I enjoyed the art of that. I enjoy his art. I would probably enjoy Planescape in general. It's a campaign setting. Then I've also probably had it referenced because I've had some DMs who've been very easygoing about where you pull things from. So that I may have flipped through the books in order to grab information, but I haven't like read it front to back. I've probably read all about the demons that may be involved in Planescape. I say demons as if there's not other things that are fiends. I should specify fiends. I've probably read all about the fiends that come from Planescape, if there are any. Let me check. Do they have... I want to say... Okay, yeah, Manual of the Planes. Yeah, I feel like... Oh, wait, nope, never mind. They don't include angelic or demonic creature, so yeah, I would never have touched it in terms of that because I doesn't have any fiends. Or rather, demonic. Like, there are some fiends that are not from either of the three major types that you would consider for Dungeons and Dragons. It was devils, demons, and there's a third one, but Yugoloths, that kind of thing. There are some fiends that slip through the cracks that don't follow any of those patterns, especially ones that are elemental. Like, I remember there was a fiendish earth elemental, but I don't remember the name. That may have been something from Planescape, I don't know. I highly doubt it, though. Oh, okay. And sigil, or sigil. I still don't know which way is the correct way to pronounce it. I've never watched Critical Role, so I know that he pronounces it wrong, but I've never listened to him pronounce it, so I don't know. Tieflings were created from Planescape? That makes sense with the art I've seen of them too, I feel like. Yeah, I feel like that makes sense with the art I've seen from tieflings, of like original tieflings. Also, thank you for the follow, Oceanic. Okay, water. I'm gonna have some tea. I'm gonna have some tea. I should actually use the tea rest. Hold on. It's a bit. It's reached a good point. It's not over strong. I don't want it to become off-putting, too bitter, or anything like that. Let's see. Hack and slash. Okay, this is the wrong. Okay. There's also the bonus forward that you could have ongoing or hack and slash. So you might get that kind of bonus. But like, that would be, there's potential for it coming from the weapon, but also from, I suppose, your own skills giving you +1 forward. Let's see. I actually need to move to the roll or to the damage. Let's see. Oop. Hack and slash. Take 1 +1 to your next move roll, not to the damage. Not to the damage. So yeah. So it's to the roll. And I mean, honestly, oftentimes I prefer it to go to the roll because it's to the damage. It's good, but at the same time, like you need to hit the threshold with the roll first. Fighter focus on damage could totally one-shot things. Maybe. But I feel like the way I've seen it, the way to go if you still want to like try and steamroll things is probably to pick an OP like magical class of some sort that lets you summon really stupid things. So you don't endanger yourself at the same time. Oh, hello, Simi. How are you doing? I love the little emote though. A little comfy. You have pie? What kind of pie? I might get pizza pie. Feels really awkward to call it pizza pie. It's not. It's cherry pie. That's really okay. Not really out of season, I suppose, because you can use preserved cherries for that and it'd be fine. That would actually be really good. I made brandied cherries once, and it's kind of that could have probably made a really good cherry pie now I think about it. Mixing in some brandy cherries, like chopping that up and with other cherries, that would have been good. And the alcohol would have baked off. Not all of it, but some of it. I actually have a like baking with alcohol book, and it describes, for those who are intimately interested in it, how to calculate like the final alcohol content of your baked goods in case it's something that people are worried about. So it's fancy pie. I hope you enjoy it. It sounds tasty. I'm jealous a little bit. Let's see, 10 plus d8 plus 2 damage from a weapon is max 20. Yeah, but then you have to have it. Well, I guess if you're. At the same time, hopefully there's a bit more to the dragon than just being a punching box, though. Like, the dragon should not be close enough to the fighter for it to be an issue. Same thing with Dungeons and Dragons, right? Why is your dragon not up in the air, raining down a fiery havoc or icy havoc? But yeah, if you break it down into numbers, then it could be gamed, probably. Yeah, I think it's 1d8, or 1d10 plus 1d8 plus 2. I don't know if there's a way to get 80d10, unless I say that, and yet I feel like there's probably some 3.5 spells that could bring you up that high. Because some of them I know have caps for damage, and other ones don't. Mm. Let's see. What is the fighter starting stuff? And close reach, alignment, gear. I don't know if I hit the equipment yet. Did I hit the equipment? I feel like I haven't. I have the world. Yeah, not equipment. Unless it was under... Nope, it's under there. Equipment. Okay, equipment is after monsters. Equipment is after monsters. So just looking at the weapons available. And they have weapon tags, plus end damage. Let's see. Okay. Looking at the messy tag, and I could see that being a thing for that could be, depending on what kind of game you're running, like an RP-ish thing where you're trying not to leave a mess in your killing, but messy tag, of course, would get in the way, or making it particularly difficult to perhaps bring someone back if their body is in pieces rather than healing over / that kind of thing. Because that's definitely something that's come up where a DM tried to once describe in D&D a character's head being chopped off I would think it was like a level 1 character. And it was kind of a, bro, if you do that, you legit just made it impossible for us to get him back. Please retcon that into like not having his head cut off. Please. Please. Give us a chance. Give us a chance. Yeah, that's it. Messy being bad for non-lethal. Just mend his head back on. Yeah, just individually mend every broken little fiber of his body. And his neck. His bone. Just heal it. You did have a grave cleric, but still, I don't know if I had mending. Yeah. The DM was a bit green, so I don't think he realized that describing that type of death would be as punishing as it was. We ended up carrying back 2 corpses that day. Okay, that kind of sounded threatening after describing the GM being green. The GM was not a corpse, it was 2 player corpses. It was nearly 3. It actually nearly went very, very bad. Waterdeep can be kind of punishing. We're the very first proper dungeon. Okay, a little bit more tea. Hopping back to something real quick. Two piercing, +1 damage. Alignment, gear. Okay. Just trying to check something really quick. Base damage is D10. I think it might also be a case of... I've had some DMs be like, oh, human fighter. Oh, human fighter. So it might be a case of, if you're playing Dungeon World, are you going to play a human fighter? And the answer might still be like, yeah, why not? It's fun to be human fighter sometimes. Or, twist of fate, could be an elf fighter. How often does that happen? A fist weapon that does reach. How would that work? Like a pole mounted on your fists type of thing? Or, oh, really, really long claws. Really long claws. Wolverine-esque? What is it? Lady... what? It's not Lady Nightshade. It's like... what's it called? Bugbears? Oh, something that gives you like rubber arms. Stretchy arms. Saving throws for revive? So, wait. What do you mean saving throws for revive? So, like, in order to revive, you have to beat the saving throw? That's weird. That's not really how... That sucks. That really sucks. That really sucks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to you. It's revive is already tough because of the cost, depending on the type of game that you're running, but oftentimes at the beginning levels where you're using it, just the money is such an object that you don't want it to happen very often. Yeah, I had a player who really wanted an oath bow. A gloomstalker elf. Wood elf. Yeah. Every time there's kind of a like magic item. Oath bow. There's a bow. Oath bow? Oath bow? It's also one of the few actual magical bows in 5e, isn't it? And that was one of the things. I think I ended up homebrewing a custom bow that was less legendary than an oath bow. Comically long, like a tar, sort of, but longer. No material for revive? Oh, okay, yeah. Material components really rein things in. I don't like glossing over material components when it comes to things that cost money. And I also like having the option of using the actual items. I've done that. Like pocket sand. Pocket sand for sleep. Fun. And also I feel like it looks a little less skeevy sometimes to have. Like, I say less skeevy. Having a material component pouch versus like having a random assortment of items. If you're not trying to seem too wizardly, you know? Yeah, I just happen to have like a bag of sand for reasons. You don't need to know them. And the tiny bell and copper wire. You don't need to know. It's for rogue things. Rogue things. Pocket sand is a cantrip. It was a level 1 sleep spell. Material component was sand. Or a cricket leg. I was a magical trickster. What is the rogue archetype? Not archetype, subclass for that. Is it literally magical trickster? I don't think that's the name exactly. But yeah, instead of getting material components, I asked my DM if I could basically steal them or find them. I didn't want to spend money. So like, yes, I am testing this bag of fiber out at the general store and just like plunging my hand in and just grabbing, like stealing, pocketing a tiny piece of it for my spell. It's not consumed. I can use the same little bit of cotton or wool multiple times over. Sand? Just grab some sand from outside. It's free. I don't want to tell you this, but you can get your material components for free. Arcane Trickster. Okay, yeah. It's been a long time. It was not a very well built character, but it was fun. It wasn't the worst, it was not optimal because it was a dwarf. Arcane trickster. You can see where there might be like some not synergistic, no synergy exactly, but not like anti-synergy at least. Not anti-synergy. But it was a party that kind of allowed for that. And I did try to be very careful about my spell picks too. Like, sleep is really good at the beginning, but eventually get it replaced. It really helped with crowd control. Dirt jars to blind people? Ah. Dried them to make hot dust? Cosmo's best move and Drew's use of simple magic. And there's also the flower bombs too that I see some was using Goblin Slayer too. I let my players do that at one point. Like, no, we don't strictly have bomb materials in town. That's crazy. But in the location that you're trying to do this at, you could probably light it on fire through. You can light a lot more on fire with bags of flour and with, you know, judicious fire spell. You can make something bigger. Yeah, flower bomb. It's not true to life necessarily. However, not everything has to be true to life, you know? Let's push the boundaries a little bit. Thank you for the follow. It's your younger brother. And thank you for the follow, Slickard. Sorry, I missed you earlier, younger brother. I'm trying to remember. The word for younger brother in Japanese is... Oh, wait, no. Ototo? Right? Is that right? Or is that... Yeah, it's probably like that. Ototo. 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 I don't actually have a younger brother. I'm kind of glad I don't, though. Kind of glad I don't. Having an older brother was pain enough. It was a pain enough. Rule of cool. To some extent, yeah. Be careful about pushing it, though. It becomes less cool the more often it's invoked. Gotta save it for special moments. This was for the finale of an arc of a story, so yeah, rule of cool it away. Don't need to worry about repercussions later. It worked. So we read about the mummy. That was the last one we read. Next up is the Nightwing. Which is horde and stealthy. Its damage is to rend for d6. It has 7 hit points and 1 armor. It's also kind of a case of, wow, it does d6 damage and it has 7 hit points, so they could tear each other apart in 2 rounds if they really wanted to. It's what Dungeon World tries to push with how loose the rules try to be. Yeah, as a more story-driven type of thing, yeah, I could see that. Special qualities of wings for the Nightwing. It's been a while, let me check. It's been a while. Elements of a monster. Yep. When it takes damage, it subtracts its armor from the damage done. So it's damage reduction, if you know the 3.5 term. Yep. Let's see. Scholars of the necromantic arts will tell you that the appellation undead applies not only to those who have lived, died, and been returned to a sort of partway living state. It is the proper name of any creature whose energy originates beyond the Black Gates. The creature men call the Nightwing is one such, empowered by the negative light of Death's domain. taking the shape of massive shadowy winged creatures. Some were bat-like, some like vultures, others like some ancient leathery things. Nightwings travel in predatory flocks, swooping down to strip the flesh from cattle, horses, and unlucky peasants out past curfew. Watch the night sky for their red eyes, listen for their screeching call, and hope to the gods you have something to hide under until they pass. Instinct to hunt. Attack from the night sky, fly away with prey. It's nice that they give you a description here of what they look like, because they don't do that for a lot of the other ones. Some of them you can use your common knowledge for, like Mummy, but others, I got nothing. The Black Gates, yes, okay, so the Black Gates is a place. It's a metaphorical place, but also kind of a physical place. But more metaphysical than physical, if that makes sense. But yeah, the Black Gates is where you go when you're taking your last breath. Let me grab out the special. Nope, it's not a special move. It is a special move. Last breath. The first line for last breath. When you're dying, you catch a glimpse of what lies beyond the Black Gates of Death's Kingdom. The GM will describe it. Then roll. But yeah, so it's where you go. Or rather, you stand at the precipice of it, so to speak, when you're dying. It's the moment between life and death. So, they've mentioned it a few times here for the undead creatures, and of course, because these creatures kind of also sit on that boundary, don't they? Narrative focus and simplicity of Dungeon World, strong point, yeah. I think it is I feel like it should be more often used as a, like, initial game system more so than D&D. I've had the pleasure of introducing a lot of people to D&D, but it can be a lot of fiddly bits for people who aren't used to it, especially even with a digital character sheet. Sometimes it's a bit much for new players, especially if you have to get used to Roll20 or some other tabletop system. Yeah. Yeah, D&D is not a great starter system. Yeah. But it's the one that people know, with the names that people know. So it sounds cool. I won't deny them that. I won't deny them that. Although I wonder, for the unethical among us, would you be able to pass off a game of Dungeon World as a game of D&D to someone who doesn't know any better? I wonder. Call of Cthulhu was your first and a much better starter. I was about to say I've never played Call of Cthulhu, and then I remembered I have. I have. My memory's not super great, as I said. It's something I played in the last 2 years, I think. And I don't remember the game system terribly much, except for having to, roll under, and some, like, really ridiculous scores that we had to beat that we had, like, very little chance of. And the sanity score, of course. I remember much more about the story of it, though, which I think is much more friendly. And building a human as a character was also kind of... it was a nice thing to do. Although building a believable character while still giving them the requisite points was a bit difficult for me. I did not build a grappler that time. We had 3 very social characters that time. I say very social. I think I still had a gun, but still, like a gun in Call of Cthulhu. Not always as helpful. Not very helpful, honestly. Oh, except against the zombie bear. I think it worked against the zombie bear. It doesn't help much against other things, though. It was 1920s setting, of course, so I don't remember if it was fully automatic. I only vaguely remember that she may have had a gun because I made her a mafia, not like a gang leader, but her father was in the mafia, essentially. It's like someone important, but not like the most important, of course, because that would be silly. So, like, spoiled daughter, spoiled Italian princess, Italian American princess was the gist of it. So I think like she knows how to use a gun, and I think she knew how to drive, and I think she had like some art skills too. But otherwise, I don't really remember a whole lot. Tommy guns? Mm, mm. I don't remember. There may have been someone else who had that sort of thing. I don't know if I still have the character sheet around. I think it was in Roll20. But yeah, it wasn't a game that we played much against people. We were able to smooth over any incidents with people using talking. Like, going into a house that we owned, or rather like inherited, and talking to the sheriff in town beforehand about the spooky house that we just inherited, and him unexpectedly in the middle of a ritual swinging by, and we're trying to keep him out of the house just by sweet talking him on the porch, that sort of situation. Just don't let him into the house during the ritual, that's bad. And make sure he leaves before sunset, because then it'd be really, really bad. Yeah, I'm really surprised that we all lived, but I think the DM was forgiving to us because it was our first game and his first game in the system. But yeah, very surprising that we all lived, considering what I had heard. But I think if we went on any more adventures, the difficulty would ramp up quite a bit. Refer to your AC instead of rolling your dice. Yeah, AC, and what is it? I don't know how to pronounce it. The Thaco? Is that it? That Thaco. Yeah. No. Please don't make me do that. I was also very fortunate for when I played 3.5 that I didn't really ever have to care about armor stuff, because I was a backline. I shouldn't get hit until I did, and then I died nearly. 2 hit armor class 0. Thaco, yeah. Or Thac. How do people pronounce it? Do they say Thaco? Yeah, I don't like math. Did you? I played Puzzle Agent yesterday. I finished Puzzle Agent 1 and 2 yesterday. Please don't make me do simple. I'm really glad for the advent of digital tabletops, because it allows me to build more complicated characters without having to do the math myself. And I've built some stupid macros in Roll20. I unfortunately don't have examples of them anymore for the most part. I could probably rebuild them if I tried. There you go. Okay, so I am saying it right. I did not actually play Baldur's Gate 2. I did not. Okay, I say I haven't. I played the very opening scene, I think, but I got if the art is really old, please understand. I couldn't make it through much farther. Although, when I was very much younger than I am now, I was very interested in Baldur's Gate 2 because I had a relative who played it, and he had the guidebook, and I read that guidebook so many times. I read that guidebook so many times. I know it was Baldur's Gate 2 because of the art. Distinctly, I remember the characters. I don't necessarily know their names, but it was, I'm pretty certain, a guide. It was a thick book, not like super thick. Did the manual include things about dealing with the character relationships when there would be conflict where it would be, I guess, impossible to keep them in the party? No, Minsk and Boo are not the only ones worth. The elf who had her wings cut off. I don't remember the name of the elf type. Then there was the red wizard, essentially the evil guy, and there's a drow lady, right? I do remember some of the other ones too. The Super Mary Sue that was now. She was pretty, but yeah, she was kind of dumb. She was kind of dumb in a sweet way. Again, I'm kind of glad in some ways I didn't play the game, but reading the books, there were hints and tips about how to get through certain sections, depending on your build, I suppose. Like, Edwin, he was the red mage, right? Red wizard. Let me see. I could probably... Like, how big was the guide? Or the manual, I should say. I really have a feeling it was a guide. Viconia. I don't remember them based on the name. So, game manual. Okay, looking at the game manual, I didn't expect it to be like that thick. It may have been the game manual. But again, it depends on how detailed it went. It may have been. It could have been the perfect guide. It could have been a game manual. Viconia is the drow lady? Okay. She had rather interesting art. She had a mole above her mouth, right? Yeah, I never got to play it aside from a tiny bit. The opening scene. When I was reading the book, I wasn't able to like fully understand how to play, so I couldn't make it very far through. It was just pretty pictures and words I could read. Lots of words. I could understand gists, but not necessarily the hands-eye coordination to go through with it, if that makes sense. They use celebrities for the images of characters? Really? I didn't know that. I don't remember the binding at all. I could probably ask him, actually, which he had, if he remembers. I might actually see him soon. Wasn't there still pausing? Yeah, but please understand, my hand-eye coordination is really bad in games. And also, part of it was that it wasn't my computer to play on. So I didn't really have the option necessarily, but I could read the book. The book is free. The book is free. I want to say it was quite the jump learning how to play Splatoon and Overwatch and stuff like that. Yeah, I see the binding, but I still don't actually remember. I still don't actually remember which one it was. It could have really been either. It feels weird to not remember something with that kind of like awful binding to me. You think it's cool, but to me, I only see pain. I'm left-handed. I understand that it's a, equal opportunity in the sense that it's the pages are on the left and the right, but still, spiral binding just kind of sends a visceral signal of, oh, this is gonna hurt. I like top binding, honestly. Once I learned that I could get a top bound notebooks and stuff, that was a game changer. See, I'm just gonna double check with the manual, but I'm pretty certain it was. Yeah. Ringed binder. I understand you're still not putting pressure on it necessarily, but I'm not super enthusiastic about that style. Although I guess it does make it easier for like keeping it open while you're doing things as opposed to having to hold open a traditional bound book, like a glue bound book. So that is useful, but I still, it's hard to get over that. It's so hard to get over that initial reaction. Mm. It came out in 2000s. It's kind of, was it? I guess it. Wait. Did it really come out in 2000? Hold on. Just not earlier? Just Gate 2. Don't. That's weird. It's weird. 2000. I feel like that's. Yeah, but I know distinctly it was Baldur's Gate 2, or 2 and not 1, because it has the opening in the jail. 23, yeah, that's not the problem. The problem is not that it's 23 years ago, it's just more of a mental timeline of wait. If I was here in 2000s, more of a case of what was I doing there in 2000s? Wouldn't I have been in this other location instead? More of a mental map of time, especially around that era. It was 23 years ago, so kind of fuzzy as to when exactly things were. Unless I keep a detailed timeline. A detailed written timeline. I don't have a diary to refer to. But now I kind of wish I did, but at the same time I probably would still burn it. I didn't play it exactly, but still, thinking about it. It was probably spring of 2001 that I read the book, thinking about it. That would explain quite a bit, actually. Actually, yeah, that would explain quite a bit. My family liked to. I didn't necessarily get to play games on release, but others did, like my uncle. And I can think of some others. I remember, I believe, the Christmas that Final Fantasy VII came out, watching someone else play it. But I don't think I got to play it. I didn't really piece it together until much later. And I think that was also. Let me see. Final Fantasy VII. I was 97? January 97. So I guess I played it. That was actually probably winter of 97 then. So the year it came out, either that or time is. I don't want to say really messed up, but more like. One of two winters. I can't place it exactly. And Tekken 2. When did Tekken 3 come out? Let's see. 97. Okay. I don't. I guess I wasn't fully up to date. Because again, I played Tekken 2 at the same time that I think Final Fantasy VII came out, but Tekken 3 would have already been out, so very questionable. Unless it was the winter of 97. And by that I mean like January, February 97. In which case, that's like the only time period where they would have both been the newest. Did I play any other Final Fantasy before then? No. Final Fantasy VII was my entry. It was my entry point. And it was the first one I played, which ended up being years after that release, but not like a decade after release. More like Mm, 5 years after release, probably. That was probably when I played it. Because I didn't have a PlayStation. And also, limited funds, you must understand, for buying games, relying on hand-me-downs. And I don't think that they had hand-me-down Final Fantasy 3 or anything like that for the actually, was Final Fantasy 3 on the SNES or the NES? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to silence the fire. Yeah, no. 7 was my entry, then I played 8, then I played 6, I think. I played through 9 completely. I haven't played through all these completely, mind you. I played through most. Okay, not most. I played through a majority of them partially through, but I've only finished 2 proper. I finished 7 and 9, and I guess 14-ish, if you count it as an MMO. I'm up to date. I played 6 through 9, 3 on the DS, was it? I think? Like the regular DS? Proper 3? Was it proper 3? I don't know. I don't remember if I played any other ones. I do have the PlayStation 1 discs, though, actually, for 5 and 6, but I've only played 6. And I think I have a couple other. I think I have a copy of. Is it Final Fantasy Origins with 1 and 2? But I haven't actually. I don't know if I've opened it. I have a backlog of games. I have a backlog of games. Thank you, Orhist, for the follow. I am reading. I'm gonna get back to the reading. So next we have the Shadow, which is Horde, large, magical, construct. It has a damage dealing move of Shadow Touch, d6 plus 1 damage, 11 hit points, 4 armor, close and reach for its tags. Other tags, I mean, like for attack tags. Special qualities of Shadow form. We call to the elements. We call on fire, ever burning. We summon water, life-giving. We beseech the earth, stable standing. We cry to the air, forever changing. These elements we recognize and give our thanks, but ask to pass. The elemental we call upon this night knows another name. We call upon the element of night. Shadow, we name you. Death's messenger and black assassin, we claim for our own. Accept our sacrifice and do our bidding till the morning come. Instinct to darken. Other moves include snuff out light, spawn another shadow from the dead. That's second move. Snuff out light is also really neat, using that as a foreshadowing. Just more so, they don't define a whole lot necessarily here in terms of things. Yeah, well, I mean, it's Dungeon World, of course, they don't define necessarily a huge amount of things, technically. Spawn another shadow from the dead. All I could think of is, you really don't want this in a cemetery then, do you? So this would be a summoned creature, it sounds like. Not that it probably has to be, but again, although, summoned creature, but it's magical construct, of course, it's summoned. Created? But some of these are created by wizards, I suppose, and some of them are by deities. What was it? Draugr who are cursed, essentially. Yeah. So the Draugr were cursed. Devourer is also kind of cursed. The Dragonbone is not cursed, it's created. The Banshee is cursed, I suppose. It's not something that's summoned or created by a wizard explicitly. Not saying that you can't do this sort of thing, but it's not the base concept. An abomination is another created creature. Maybe I should say crafted. Crafted. Ghost is another one that's more cursed than anything else. Ghoul, they don't specify, but they also... Like, why would a wizard create a ghoul? But at the same time, why does a wizard do anything? Why does a wizard do anything? For the sheer knowledge of it, I suppose. I would say joy. I guess joy would also work in the same spot, honestly. The sheer, visceral, bloody joy. Because it's fun. Advancing knowledge. Okay, after the shadow, we have a few more things. We have 6 more things, I think. We have the Sigben. Sigben. Thank you for that. So the Sigben, a horde, large construct. The damage it deals is via Tail Whip, for d6 plus 1 damage, 11 hit points, 2 armor. Tags of close and reach. Special qualities, vampire spawn. Oswong Hound and Hopping Whiptail. Sent by vampires on their 2 twisted legs, these ugly things look like the head of a rat or a crocodile, maybe. Furry, though, and sharp of tooth. They have withered wings, but cannot use them, and long whipping tails, spurred with poison tips. Stupid, vengeful, and mischievous, they cause all kind of chaos when let out of the strange clay jars in which they're born. Only a vampire could love such a wretched thing. Sigven. I don't know what they meant by Oswong Hound. Oswong Hound. I'm gonna type that into the chat. Maybe it means something else. Oswong Hound. I keep wanting to make it into a Vang. Oswong Hound. Is this something that I should know? Oh, this is Filipino. And Aswang. Okay. Not necessarily as a hound per se, but oh wait, there's a were-dog. Okay. I'm gonna read this out too from Wikipedia. My source today is Wikipedia for what an Aswang is. Aswang hound. Here they have it. Okay, description and taxonomy for Aswang. And also correct me if I'm wrong. And yeah, there's a big grade. Welcome. Thank you, Arist. Description and taxonomy for Aswang, Aswang in general. According to Maximo Ramos, the term Aswang can be thought of as an aggregate term for a multitude of Filipino supernatural creatures. These creatures can be organized into 5 categories that parallel creatures from Western traditions. These categories are the vampire, the self-segmenting viscera sucker, the were-dog, the witch, and the ghoul. So for the were-dog specifically, because they called out Aswang Hound. Maximo Ramos refers to this category as the were-dog, though the creature does not necessarily transform into a dog. Ramos reasons that the were creature of a given region is named after their most ferocious creature. As such, for example, Europe has werewolves, India has were-tigers, Africa has were-leopards, and Russia has were-bears. The Philippines has no indigenous wolf population, thus making the were-dog the most appropriate term. Like the previous Oswong, the Viscera Sucker, the were-dog infiltrates villages and turns into a creature by night, around midnight. The creature is most commonly a dog, but a cat or pig is also possible. The were-dog then kills and eats people, particularly pregnant women on the road in the night, and do not let their long hair loose. Do not let their long hair hang loose. Doing so is said to protect against these Oswong. Sorry, just trying to figure out how that makes sense. So pregnant women are supposed to let their long hair be tied up like constantly while they're pregnant. So to protect them against Oswong? That's the way I read it. The were-dog is said to develop a taste for human flesh by eating food spat on or licked by another were-dog. The same is said of the Viscera Sucker. Unlike the previous Oswong, the Viscera Sucker, once more, the were-dog does not infiltrate human communities through marriage, but as a traveler of some sort, such as a peddler or a construction laborer. Thank you for the follow, Andres one. Stretch. Okay. A second. Let me do something real quick. Okay. My parents did a good job. Okay, can I get any cracks? Okay, I got one. Can I get a second? No, the second one's not happening. Wait a second. One more thing. Hold on. Got a little tangled. This work. Will this work? Hold on. This might look funny. I'm gonna do a stretch that I don't normally do. Yeah, this is gonna look really funny. This is gonna look really funny. Hold on. That one hurt. That was so to the floor. That was to the floor. Don't normally do that when I do the stretches, but I figure like, I could try it out. It's been a little while. Okay. Ankle cracks. I feel like I always have one ankle that cracks, and the other one never does. Yeah. One I can crack forever. The other one will never crack. Oh! You couldn't hear that. It cracked. Or maybe I have cracked toes? I'm not certain. Actually, give me a second. Can I do that? Nope. Nope. Maybe this one. Sorry about that. I hit something. Oh, I guess I can't crack my toes right now. I don't know why. I don't think. Oh, actually, I may have already cracked them earlier without realizing it. I don't wear. It's not like a stream with shoes on or anything like that, so just. Or socks. So, more of a case of. Okay, I'm gonna show them all too. So, like, I can just crack them when I need to. Like, I don't have to do anything special. Just while sitting, it's fine. It's fine. It's not like cracking your joints is unhealthy. It's not. Thank you for the follow, Jujuhui. Let's see. Okay, so we have the witch, the were-dog, the Viscera Sucker, the vampire. We only cared about the were-dog. That's an interesting concept, though. I hadn't really thought of it. A were-creature named after or themed after the most ferocious creature, the biggest predator, I suppose. So in that case, just thinking about the Americas, although then again, I don't know a whole lot about that. This is new to me. This is a really interesting concept, though. If you were to apply this concept to a fantasy world, would that become a were-dragon? Would that be a were-dragon? A red were-dragon or something like that. What would work? What would be the most ferocious creature? A were-tarask. I suppose there has to be a maximum, or like, I don't want to say like a maximum ferocity, but just something casual enough that people will be aware of, but ferocious enough to be terrifying. There's a balance to be struck. Thank you for the follow, Alt, as well. In your average D&D world, I suppose it is very much based on what kind of terrain it's in as well. So for northern areas, do they have like were polar bears? Is that a concept? I wonder. And then just thinking there are some areas where, as I said, for the were-dog, there's not as much ferocious there. Like the dog is the worst thing, not a wolf, strictly speaking. So, I wonder if Japan has a similar concept. I was thinking initially of a different country, but I suppose island nations, it kind of gets funky, which is why, again, the Philippines has a were-dog. Especially when they've been picked over the islands. Okay. Let's see. Next up, we cover the sickbed and what comes after the sickbed in terms of monsters. We are in the S's. We are in Undead. We have reached the skeleton. We've reached the skeleton. A skeleton is a horde creature. Its attack is a slam for d6 damage, 7 hit points, and 1 armor. For attack sort of tags, it has a tag of close. I really like the descriptions here. The description for the skeleton. This is a song. I don't actually know the song, though. I think it's a song anyway. Dem bones, dem dry bones. Instinct to take the semblance of life. The skeleton acts out what it did in life, snuffs out the warmth of life, reconstructs from miscellaneous bones. So is that a song? Dem bones, dem dry bones? Normally that would be something that's an aside, but that's literally the description here. It is, with the instinct, it is 2 lines total. This is probably the most scant description that we've got out of this book. But what more do you really need to say about a skeleton enemy? It's a horde creature. It's skeleton. Everyone knows. Everyone knows what it is. Okay, what's next? What's next? Next we have the Spectre. Oh, there's a couple other classics coming up. There's a couple other classics. Thinking, I guess they're not like loaded on the bottom in terms of content for this sort of thing. Thinking about the names of these creatures. So, I guess if you divide the alphabet, A through M is the first 13, right? and O through Z is the last 13. I could be a bit wrong on that. So, I feel like in terms of common names, a lot of them tend to be in the latter half. But that's mostly a case of, I guess, some things that people might consider are just the same synonyms. Some things that might be synonyms, I should say. Do most people differentiate between a ghoul and a ghost in common parlance? I feel like it's mostly in tabletop where they make a difference. When they make a difference. Maybe if you're like super stickler into folklore as well. But oftentimes in folklore, it's kind of, the lines are wobbly anyway. What makes a gnome different from an elf, different from a fairy in some folklores? Not necessarily a whole lot. Is a brownie a type of elf? Spectre. Solitary, hoarder. Withering touch, D10 damage. 12 hit points, 0 armor. Close. Special qualities, insubstantial. For some folk, when they pass, death himself cannot release their grip on the places they love most. A priest whose devotion to the temple is greater than that of his god. A banking guild official who cannot bear to part with his vault. A drunk in his favorite tavern. All make excellent specters. They act out not out of the usual hunger that drives the undead, but jealousy. Jealousy that anyone else might come to love their home as much as they do and drive them out. These places belong to them, and these invisible spirits will kill before they'll let anyone send them to their rest. Instinct to drive life from a place. Moves include turn their haunt against the creature, bring the environment to life. This is a poltergeist. This is a poltergeist. I didn't quite piece it together. Thank you for the head pats as well. Fantastic Cow and Robo Combo. I want to say Robo Combo, that's not it. It's Robo Combo. I'm still making that mistake. Robo Combo. Robo Combo. Robo Combo. Okay, I can do it. I can do it next time. I won't stutter. I have to practice more tongue twisters, so to speak, later. Let's see. Poltergeist, though. Turn their haunts against a creature. Insubstantial. Oh. Thank you for the no. But also, I need like an angry. Okay, can I do? That one actually, that looks really creepy. Gnomes. Maybe I should offer ASMR streams. Although, it's okay. It's okay. It's better when there's not the like noise associated with it today. Or maybe I should just lower the, well, it feels weird like lowering the price just because there's no sound, that sort of thing. It's less spook this way, but I don't want to scream during ASMR. I try my best not to. I try my best not to. Vampire. We're still not at the end of Undead, and I think I'm gonna end it on Undead. Blech. I'm gonna end it on Undead. Vampire. Group, stealthy, organized, intelligent. Supernatural force is their damage dealing move. D8 plus 5 damage, 1 piercing, plus 5 damage. 10 hit points, 2 armor. Close, forceful. Special qualities, changing form, ancient minds. I'll take the water. How many pages have we gone through? I want to say, and I'm not going to be ending it immediately after like finishing the reading because we're gonna do the tier list portion too. But the tier list doesn't have to take a huge amount of time. But I do want to say, I like the undead. The concept's a lot better than I do a lot of the other ones. I think they're gonna rank highly. I actually really, I hate undead, or that's not the right way. I hate some of the concepts that are used frequently, some of the tropes used frequently with undead in a lot of media. But in tabletop games, I like undead. if that division makes sense. Okay, so we started at page. We started at page 258. 258. And we are at okay, that's a bit strange. 264, with one more page after this. That doesn't sound right, does it? Wait, hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna recalculate. It was 256. I should do it the opposite way, actually. Less than 10 pages. It's been 5 hours. Grant, I'll mark off a half hour for starting and break. It's been 4.5 hours, and we've gotten through 10 pages. Okay. These things happen, though. These things happen. Yeah, math. Don't make me do math. Yeah. Well, part of it is that, like, oh, I should be doing the bigger number first, because I'm not gonna... Wait, when I pick out the small number, I'm not gonna remember the big number. Yeah. Okay. Really, don't ask me. I can... If I have pen and paper, I can do it. The computer actually makes it a little bit harder because I can't, like, scratch out my notes. I can't make notes as easily. To some extent. I guess in some ways it makes it easier, like for some of the puzzles, because it's quicker to erase and stuff, but sometimes I just need a piece of paper and scissors. I guess you don't need scissors. A piece of paper, a pen, and then don't care about ripping up the paper for some things. Let's see. Vampire. So it was close and forceful for the, like, damage type tags. Or not damage type, but damage dealing move, like the way that they do it. Special qualities, changing form, ancient mind. We fear them because they call to us, so much like us, or how we hope to be. Beautiful, passionate, and powerful. They are drawn to us for what they cannot be. Warm, kind, and alive. These tormented souls can only hope, at most, to pass their most dreadful curse along. Every time they feed, they run the risk of passing along their torture to another, and in each one lives the twisted seed of its creator. Vampires beget vampires. Suffering begets suffering. Do not be drawn in by their seduction, or you may be given their gifts. A crown of shadows, and the chains eternal Sorry, the chains of eternal undying grief. Sorry, there's a typo in there. A crown of shadows and the of chains eternal undying grief. It doesn't work. A crown of shadows and the chains of eternal undying grief. Instinct to manipulate. Moves include charm someone, feed on their blood, retreat to plan again. All I can think of with that is, so changing form with the retreats. We have the mist form, we have the bat form, other forms too, right? Vampires can take other forms as well. Ancient mind. So I suppose that's supposed to inform their intelligent tag, ancient mind, but also other aspects. That actually reminds me a little bit of Scion. In Scion, the second edition, there's a lot more emphasis on words in terms of defining your character. You might be able to having a concise way of describing your character in a meaningful way helps you out. You're supposed to pick out a concise name for a quality that they have, and then you assign skills to that sort of thing. You assign skills to that tag that you give yourself. And you could theoretically not argue exactly, but do a little bit of give and take with TM over whether or not something falls under your purview because of your tags that you have. Because there's some things where, again, it's more of a storytelling system. I mean, it's literally like the name of the overarching system, I believe, like it's storyteller system. They try to go for a more cinematic way of thinking about it. They tried in Scion first edition as well to make it cinematic, but they failed in some aspects, honestly. Second edition is much more cinematic, honestly. But you're written to give yourself allies and such, and you're also supposed to point out what happens if you overuse these ties that you have. Like what are the repercussions for this? But the fact that you can be like, hey, DM, I have in my background this, and the DM approved it beforehand. Like in general, you have a background of you're a gentleman thief, so you might have connections, you could argue, to a cleaner, or you know someone who knows a cleaner, you know, that kind of cleaner. Or you might have a safe house nearby, something like that. Those things make sense as a gentleman thief. You might have a safe apartment somewhere in town, in the big city. Versus the character who is a blue-collar chef does not have a safe house. They probably don't know a cleaner in that respect. But if they're looking for dirt on the ground for rumors about things that are going down, they might know a guy. There might be some chatter in the local bars or something that they go to. Or something that's a bit more, if you're looking for drugs, let's say, they might know. Sorry, checking something out. Something looks a little funny. Okay, it seems fine. Let me check. I think I used for that a tag. Scion? Yeah, Scion is still a fantasy game, but it's a game of gods. Game about dirt. Scion is, if you've heard of American Gods, they basically took the concept of American Gods. Not that American Gods is like particularly innovative necessarily, but what if it's modern day world and the gods walk among us and have children with mortals on occasion, as you know they are wont to do? What if there was a modern day Hercules? That sort of thing. That's the game that Scion is. So we had characters who were children or blessed, essentially, of various denomination cultural gods in New York City, in our case. Yeah, it was basically Aegon, but instead of ancient Greece, it's modern day New York City. Just, shift it. Yeah. In our case, it wasn't Zeus. No one, I think, played a child of Zeus. We didn't pick Greek gods. But New York City is a diverse place. Only in America, as Poirot put it, or as Agatha Christie put it through Poirot. Only in America. Although nowadays it would fly more. But honestly, the DM hated running modern day Scion. I think he'd prefer it to try and run it in the 90s or something. Or even earlier. But, so I think my character, I gave her as one of her tropes, one of her background definers, or character definers, daughter of Brooklyn. So giving her a more down to earth, born and bred in the city type feeling. Versus the gentleman thief. I don't know what his other tags were though, but I'm guessing gentleman thief was one of them. Modern day pen and paper game. It's more annoying than you think, I expect, because isn't World of Darkness. I think it was tough for my DM to find content for it in terms of what's the phrase? Maps and stuff. Not that you need maps necessarily, but it was difficult to find reliable information. And also, he was running the game in New York City in terms of where the world was set, where the game was set. And he has some familiarity with it, but at the same time, so did some of the other players. So it was kind of a case of not necessarily wanting to be wrong. So doing more research on that sort of thing. And people can tell if you're wrong. I think that happens. And also cell phones. Cell phones change a whole lot. Yeah. Technology, I'm not going to say it breaks games, but it makes it very different than something that's run in the 90s. World of Darkness is way too emotional. Scion was kind of neat for that effect because it is not exactly World of Darkness. Or at least it doesn't have to be played that way, honestly. Again, what's the word? There's another game system that my previous Scion DM ran that he was offering to us. I don't remember what it was, but it was much more... It was another White Wolf game. It was not World of Darkness. It was like the Weeaboo Fight Magic of White Wolf. I don't remember the name though. What was the name of the game? We didn't actually get to play it. It was one of our choices, but we wanted Scion. Exalted, yes, it was Exalted. Yeah. So I think it runs similarly to Exalted. Or at least it did, first edition. Not like 100%, but close. So it has a similar feeling to, I think. Again, you're playing basically a modern day superhero, but with a fantasy background instead of a superhero background. Yeah, that was what the cool thing. And that's what got a lot of us to vote for that instead. Because we, as a table, there are a lot more people who enjoy fantasy than some of the other genres. Coffee Talk? I've heard of Coffee Talk, but I've not actually... I saw someone else said that they were going to play it. I think it was Upper Coffee. Okay, I need to actually write Coffee Talk. Coffee Talk, and it's coming... You must understand, I drink a lot of tea. It's not coming up with games when you look up Coffee Talk. It's coming up with masala chai, teh-tarik, ginger latte, sweet hot chocolate, gingerbread coffee, sugar and spice. Not a game. Actually, the opening of Scion 2, there's in White Wolf games, they do a section in the beginning of the books where they have descriptors. They have a short story that they follow through the book, honestly. And the first Scion book, it was a drag. It especially had a couple lines that were just really terrible. The second one was snappy. I liked it a lot. You should, if you have the chance to read the Scion Origin, the first short story section is good. It's good. I think it sets the tone rather well, too. And it also helps with the, I shouldn't say helps with the concept of technology, but it gently insets that, yes, this is a world with technology, that at the same time as there are gods. And this is something that you can have fun with. Yeah, Scion 1E had its own flaw in that it didn't have mana, but there was a wheel, a dex wheel, and you could build a super broken character, and dex was the god stat, honestly. Dex was the god stat. I never actually read Exalted except for there was one book that was reviled, and it was kind of, it can't be that bad, and yeah, it was that bad. I just wanted to see if it was as bad as it was written about, and yeah, it was. So coffee talk. Oh, it actually looks a bit Shadowrun-y, except, less depressing than Shadowrun. In terms of how I imagine the coffee talk world. Less depressing Shadowrun. Shadowrun is also something I think that we would have been open to as a table, except for the system itself. I don't know if anyone wanted to run and teach Shadowrun to like first timers. Dex being a god stat, it was literally a god stat. Like, yeah, it was really bad. It was really, really bad. There was a wheel in Scion that, let's say you have someone who has a bow, and the bow can only be shot once every 3 ticks of the wheel. Someone else has a knife that they can stab with every tick of the wheel. There are 6 ticks on this wheel. The dagger wielder gets to go 6 times. The bowman gets to go twice. You also can adjust things so that you can have negative, or you can make things faster. You can make things faster. And then there's just the whole exploding dice issue of Dex as well. Like, this all ties into the same stat as well. Where, just like the exponentialness of the dice really kind of hurts at higher levels. If you don't max out your Dex, if you don't play, if there's a Dex, what's the phrase? Arms race. If there's a Dex arms race. And thank you for the follow, Grover. Grover Watches? Grover Watchels. Sorry. Not much in terms of gameplay. That's not necessarily a problem, depending. But looks interesting. Although, one of the characters, I'm seeing the art for Coffee Talk 2, Coffee Talk episode 2, Hibiscus and Butterfly. It reminds me of someone from Twisted Wonderland. It reminds me of Idia, who is a Hades XP. I say XP, it's probably not the kindest way of putting it. Twisted Wonderland is a Disney gacha game, in English now, that is, what if Disney Villain College? That Harry Potter Disney might be a better way of putting it. Harry Potter Disney villains. Instead of having Helga Hufflepuff and Godric Gryffindor and all that junk being the house heads, or like, not house heads, thematic house heads, I suppose, progenitors, it is Disney villains. So you have the house that absolutely idolizes Jafar, or Scar, or Maleficent, and things like that. And all the characters are twisted versions of various Disney characters, mostly villains, like 90% villains. So you have a version of Jafar running around, a version of Scar running around, a version of Maleficent running around. There's even a Cruella de Vil teacher. Yeah, so just there's a Hades college, or not college, Hades house. And so they have a Hades character who looks like the character from this Coffee Talk episode 2 picture that I'm seeing in search. But then again, it's like Gradient's hair, long, frizzy, messy. Eyeliner, pale, yellow eyes, I think. I don't remember what color Idia's eyes are. And lipstick. It's not... it's just repeating tropes. But yeah, Twisted Wonderland is very well designed. The male designs are top notch. The characters are fun. The writing, the localization is pretty good too. Some people don't necessarily like it because they think it's too localized, but you win some, you lose some. Some lines are good. And Gotcha has a pity system. Yay! But the pool of boys is kind of limited. But again, there's like 20 something of them. There's bound to be one to hit your needs, your interests, so to speak. And I want to say it's not like there aren't female characters. I just haven't really seen any. Unless you theoretically count your main character, who was mysteriously isekai'd into the world of Twisted Wonderland. You weren't born there. You just show up without magic. And the college professor in charge says, "Oh, you're not supposed to be here, but I don't know how to send you back. You're my slave now. Go play therapist to all these troubled boys." Essentially. Yeah. They also have manga out for it, and there's going to be an anime, I believe, soon. And the manga is actually taking an interesting turn in that every chapter, when I say chapter, I mean they cover the interests of a house in the game. Every chapter. So the first chapter deals with the Queen of Hearts, that school. The second one deals with, I believe it's the Lion King school, so to speak, the Scar school. I could be wrong. I'm trying to remember. The third one, I think, deals with the Ursula school. So it's an arc, I should say. Every arc is a chapter, and for the manga, every arc is a different book series, but they're not super long, I don't think. And each one has a different interpretation of the main character. So one of them is actually a girl, which is always a point of contention. Is this a Yumejoshi game, or is this a Fujoshi game? Are you supposed to be setting up your character, your main character, who may or may not be a boy, with the other characters? So, turns out it's whatever you want, really. Maybe you're just, they don't care about you being a girl. Because there are some like offlines where it implies that being a girl at the school is weird because it is all boys. But a lot of people just take the interpretation of this is Oran. You are Haruhi from Oran, essentially. It is Haruhi, right? The main character. Like you're a girl, but people just assume you're a boy. No big deal. No big deal. It solves a lot of issues. It solves a lot of issues. Or a woman with dreads and a jersey. She's a video game developer. I think, okay, I see her. She has purple hair, right? And she's got an undercut. Yeah, that some of the images are very Shadowrun here with that sort of look. Hello, God 12 Papu. How are you doing? There's also a cop, and is that, I guess a satyr? Okay, actually, I'm just gonna, give me a second, where's Steam? Where's Steam? I don't have Steam, okay, I don't have Steam up. I'm gonna just write this down so I remember it for later. Now I've kind of talked myself into getting this game. Is it relatively new, Coffee Talk? I feel like I haven't heard a lot about it, but at the same time, I'm out of the loop on a lot of games. I say this, and we have 2 more things to talk about, and it's been 5 hours. 2 more things, and then we get to rank. So, after the vampire is the white wolf, as in, I'm gonna spell this out. Actually, I can just put it up here in. When I say white wolf, I mean white wolf like this. I wish I had a little like speech bubble. Oh, thank you for the follow as well, God Papu. God 12 Papu. I need to stop shortening names like that. I should be too familiar with people I just met. People who just follow. Making up nicknames as I go along. White wolf. Horde. Organized. Intelligent. Pounce. D6 plus 1 damage. 1 piercing. It just feels so forward giving a nickname like that without even asking. I'm sorry. Okay, so the pounce is 1 piercing. 7 hit points. 1 armor. Close. Close is the only tag they have. Special qualities. Shadow form. They aren't the only ones that got the shadow form, are they? I don't think they are. It was the... Who had a shadow form otherwise? Shadow had a shadow form. But it's spelled a little differently, but that might just be, again, because this is a... like a beta version here. The one that's open. White wolf. Like the Nightwing, the white wolf is a creature not spawned in our world. Somehow slipping the seals of the black gates of death, these spirits take the shape of massive hounds or shadowy wolves and hunt the living for sport. They travel in packs, led by a mighty alpha, but bear a kind of intelligence unknown to true canines. Their wild hunts draw the attention of intelligent undead, liches, vampires, and the like, who will sometimes make pacts with the alpha and serve a grim purpose together. Listen for the baying of the hounds of death, and pray they do not howl for you. Instinct to hunt. Other moves include encircle prey and summon the pack. Just... the wolves are intelligent. The white wolves are intelligent. Just... so this is the wild hunt kind of creature. And they have alphas, which is just kind of a, that's an outdated concept now. That's an outdated concept now, but I guess in fiction it's okay. And the last undead in the list. Can you guess it? Can you guess it? I'm also gonna hide this, but don't need to know. It is the zombie. It is a horde creature. It has a bite for d6 damage, 11 hit points, 1 armor. When there's no more room in hell. Instinct. Brains. That's it. That's it. Oh, actually, that's it for the description. They do have some moves, and they have an aside too. The moves: attack with overwhelming numbers, corner them, gain strength from the dead, spawn more zombies. The aside. I want to make sure. Okay, this is something that I've never seen, so I don't know if I'm going to be quoting this with the right emphasis. There's something out there that witch in the cellar is only part of it. It lives out in those woods in the dark. Something that's come back from the dead. And that was Ash from Evil Dead 2. I've never seen an Evil Dead. I'm actually I really don't like zombies. I'm okay with it in tabletop games. When it comes to movies, Speaking of which, that is the end of the setting. That is the end of the Undead Horde setting, which means it's time to rate them. See that? Hail to the King Baby. I don't even know that. I guess there's a Necromon. There's a Necronomicon, right? Made of human skin. Like there's a book. And someone with a big arm, or does he have a chainsaw arm or something? Is that Ash? I don't honestly know. And isn't he also in like the Poker Night series or something? I don't honestly know. Okay. Like is Ash in Poker Night? Am I wrong? Poker Night. I feel like that's a weird thing to think about. Okay, Poker Night game. Poker Night at the Inventory is what I'm talking about. It's a Telltale game. Oh, actually, it might just be. Maybe it's a different Poker Night. I don't know which one. There's. Yeah, okay. Poker Night 2 has Ash Williams from the Evil Dead franchise. Yeah, okay. I think I know that one because of Brock. More so. Oh, and the GLaDOS and stuff. Yeah. How many? Okay. There's 3 poker nights? There's 3 poker nights. Just looking at the other games that Telltale put out. So, like, we played Puzzle Agent and Puzzle Agent 2. I don't know how many of the other games we're going to play. Of course, they put out Strong Bad's cool game for attractive people. Okay. Let's see. I have this up. Have the list. Okay, it might get a little funky. I guess I can move myself. Give me a second. I can move myself a little bit more to the right to give myself a bit more room on the side. Me just step a little bit over so I can make this a little bigger. And I'll try and make sure it doesn't cover chat. Oh. Okay. Let me check something. That's strange. I wonder why it's that way. Okay. Sorry about that. Technical issue. Can we make this a little large? A little large. What is the fine detail here? I'm not blocking anything, right? Okay, I don't think I am. Posture correction time. Okay. So, the list. Because I'm gonna zoom out, it won't be so bad in a second. I'm going to show off the undead creatures that I'm gonna be ranking. So obviously I want to say I have some favorites already. I have some favorites already. And I'm gonna do, okay. It's kind of, how much do I let like personal thing, oh, I didn't mean to step back. Give me a second. How much do I let personal things influence me? And the answer is probably quite a bit, because I am very tempted to dump zombies in F, but at the same time, they're fun ish. They're fun ish. Also, did I not put zombie in here? It might be a second line. I'll have to check. Or I missed a few. I might have to add some manually in a bit. Hmm? Fun adjacent zombies. Hello, Kerna. How are you doing? This is not the first time you've said hello, right? I may have missed it earlier, though. Orcs in the SSS. Orcs are not in the list yet. Orcs are not in the list yet. I don't think. I don't think. Honestly, it's kind of strange that they put like dwarves in here, or like a type of dwarf, the dwarven warrior. The orcs might actually be in the horde area, honestly. Okay, really quick. So, oh, I think I see what happened. I was going off one list, and the list cut off. So the list doesn't have anything after skeleton, so I need to add a couple after that. So we have skeleton. Not skeleton, not skeleton, not skeleton, not skeleton. Okay, so skeleton, specter. Click, 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 click. Spectre, spectre. Every time I say spectre like that, no. Actually, is spectre spelled like that for vampires? For spectre ops, I wonder? I don't remember. It's been a while since I played that game. And zombies, last one. I feel like it's gonna be a mark of how good a zombie is as a concept, that even though I hate zombies, I'm gonna put them not in F by the maggot squids. Demi-lich? Oh yeah, liches are awesome. Okay, liches are, they're like very classic for a reason. I like liches. They're very fun. Playing such an intelligent creature. Also vampires. Okay, vampires are also really cool. Oops. Yeah. Banshees I also like, but maybe not quite so much. I don't think they have the versatility. I think the versatility is kind of limiting. Let us... Actually, let's add a new row. Let me... You can probably see part of what I'm doing here. Actually, what I should do is paste, and then we're going to create a new frame. What a layout. What is my padding here? My padding is nothing. Excellent. Okay. And it's gonna be like that. And we're also not gonna stick it here. I'm gonna stick it here. Oh, wrong frame. Bad. And then we have to do one more thing. Actually, we have to frame that and put it down. Oh, that is worse. Why did it do that? Give me a second. I'm trying to be smart, and by being smart, I'm being not smart. It's been a little while. This is not Photoshop. I did it clearly over here. Oh. That's why. Hold on. I have to change how I set this up. Do it that way. This guy goes in here under that. Quaddle is still messed up. And this has to be this way. And I can skimp on a row here. And then it's just figuring out why Quaddle is wrong. Why is Quaddle wrong? I might just have to reset that one piece. No? Oh, because it's fixed with. Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad. Death Tyrant? Yeah, but that's not in here. It's not in here. Neither is Demi-Lich, technically. Hopefully I won't have to deal with that next time. Yeah, I don't think any of these are quite as, like, offensive to me as a maggot squid. Do you ever look back on something and you wonder why you did it? I feel very flighty. It's kind of a, was it really that bad of a creature? Whatever it was. What? It was a devourer, wasn't it? Okay, I'm gonna actually put devourer up a bit high. I don't know if I put it quite as fun as like doppelganger and kobolds and stuff, but the concept of being able to, okay, go in here, of eating the memories of the person you're devouring, that is fun to play with. I think that would be fun. But again, I don't know how versatile it is. I don't think it's like a one-trick pony, essentially. That might be the case for some of these as well. Like the Banshee again, who's kind of one-trick pony. Bowl of soup. A sour bowl of soup? I don't mind sour soups. I don't mind bitter soups. They can be good. It depends on why it's sour. Is it meant to be sour or is it clearly gone off? What kind of sour soup is it? Is it bad that I've already forgotten what a sig ben is? I feel like it is. Oh, it's the Filipino were-dog creature thing. Right. They seem fun, but again, a bit. I'm not in love with them. But I haven't really known them for very long, so maybe it would change if I had a chance to play with them. It's Evil wants to talk to you about your auto insurance? Soup can do that? I don't think so. I think there's something wrong with your soup. Maybe you should, like, get it checked out by a souptician. Those exist, right? Although, well, actually, I guess it doesn't have to be a can of soup to be evil. Also, to have auto insurance, you need a car. Otherwise, it's just an automatic shutdown. It's the whole trick of, I just rent here. I can't talk to you about the roof. I just rent. Although, I haven't gotten once the, is your parent home? And it's kind of a, I own this home. But at the same time, not wanting to say that and be like, no, they're not home. They're not home. Do I really not look that old? I can't be right. I can't be right. Unless they were just trying to be like weirdly flattering, and it's kind of that's strange too now that I think about it. Mm. Can of evil soup is only evil when you throw it at someone? How do you feel about soups that have a lot of bones in them? That could be pretty bad. That could be pretty bad, pretty evil. Little bones that you could choke on, and also big bones that are just annoying to work around. Because I've had both. I've had both. It's not very fun working around the big bones. And no, it is bone in soup. Goat. It's better with bone in. And then fish. Little fish bones. Like, I really like fish soup, but sometimes dealing with the bones, if it's not softened enough. Mm. Bone broth. I kind of hate the term bone broth. It's all the rage, isn't it? But I know there's a whole thing about, like, is it broth? Is it concentrate? Oh, bone and pizza. Shh. I don't know if I can get pizza now because it's already really late. I forgot. It's 11 o'clock. It's been, uh, yeah, almost 6 hours. I've never actually had bone-in pizza. Mm-mm. The most messiest has probably been some of the ones where they pile on basically another Italian dish on top of it. So, like chicken marsala, chicken parm type pizzas, or the weight of it, or the ones with pasta on top. Those are rather difficult. Or the ones that have shrimp, they keep the tail on. Why would you do that? Why would you keep the tail on the shrimp pizza? Oh, but anchovy pizza. Yeah, there's bones in that. They're tiny bones. So yeah, I'm fine with getting bone in pizza. If it's anchovy bones. Okay. Skeletons. Skeletons sure are skeletons. They're fine. They're not bad. They're not, like, inspiring. I guess the same with zombies. Skeletons and zombies. Oh, I just copied. I didn't actually delete. Let's see. Who's that? Crypt. Or blind? Blindy IRL. Or blind IRL. Or blind URL. I've not heard of them before. Interesting emote though. I like ghosts. Ghosts are fun. Ghosts give you a lot to work with, but part of that is, are they a monster or are they not a monster? If we take it at face value, what they were giving, let me check. Let me double check. Shrimp, yeah, I've eaten shrimp tails. There are some times when it's appropriate to eat shrimp tails, but oftentimes it's a nuisance. Yeah, for pizza, I don't know. I don't really think it's necessary, especially when it's like shrimp scampi. I think you could. I guess it would be too messy. To, like, use. You have your buttery gloved hands or whatever, and taking the tails off the shrimp after they've been cooked. It might be a little bit too involved. Okay. Ghosts are not. Oh, I kind of forgot about the offer information from the other side at a price. So they don't specify that ghosts are intelligent, but it does seem like there is some intelligence about them. The Draugr seem okay. To freeze flesh. It's already honestly forgotten about the Draugr. Okay, I'm gonna grab them. They're not bad. They're just, man, I feel like even for this, okay, I'm gonna just real quick undo that. I'm gonna copy this frame, delete everything in the frame, and we're gonna copy the Draugr in there. Although I might just undo that really quickly in a second because I'm realizing, you know what? Maybe I'll bump the skeleton and the zombie up because compared to the Draugr, they're yeah. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. So delete this one. Excellent. And that means we're gonna move the Draugr up. The position exactly doesn't matter, so to speak. It's more of a conceptual thing. Oh, what did I do? I moved the monster list to the bottom. It doesn't matter. It'll be fine. Yeah, when you have, I think fried shrimp is when it's supposed to get crunchy enough that it's fine to eat the tail, so to speak, or like it's a lot of culture I'm familiar with would be accepting of eating tails. But then again, this also changes from culture to culture, doesn't it? What you eat and what you don't eat, what is sacred and what is not, what will get you strange looks. Like eating the bone marrow or something like that from a bone might get you strange looks in some places, but not others. Let's see. The white wolf. I think the white wolf is interesting. Where did I put werewolf? Is werewolf even in here? It's not. I think I'm gonna put them up here too. I feel like it's actually gonna end up with a lot of things in C. Okay. I'll just bump that over here. Oh, do I still have ghost? Yeah, okay. I need to remove ghost from down here so I don't end up with duplicates. It would be really embarrassing if I had the same item in different tiers without realizing it, wouldn't it? That's never happens. Ever. Okay. Abomination was the massive, uncontrollable thing. It's a one-trick pony. It's a one-trick pony. Devour again. Didn't I already put it? Yeah, I did. I put it. It's in B. It's in B. Do I actually have something? Let me move this down. Oh, right. Maggot squid. That's what it is. That's why it's so far down. Okay. I've already forgotten the morgue, too. You never get away with murder. Not really. When the gods themselves notice your misdeeds, though, that's where your luck runs out and a morgue is born. Oh, yeah, I like this. Okay, it might be a one-trick pony, but I like the concept. Oh, but they're also a group creature. But I guess you live in your commune and you share your gut collection. Isn't that nice? Isn't that a nice family thing? A family hobby. Oh. Let's see. Okay. Sorry. It's running a little funny. Lieutenant Skeletons? Okay. Spectre. For some folk, when they pass, death himself cannot release their grip, right? Oh, that's right. These are the poltergeists. These are also fun. Let's bump them up with the ghost. So I suppose all these potentially more intelligent ones get ranked higher. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? Shadows as well. Let's see, let's see. Oh, mummies. Mummies are not intelligent, are they? No. Mummies are... Okay. They're not intelligence explicitly. They're not... They're one trick as well. The one trick is kind of cool. And also the fact that I suppose you can lay them with traps. Mummies are not intelligent according to Dungeon World. They don't have an intelligence tag. Solitary, divine, hoarder. They don't have anything particularly... The most they can get for garnering intelligence from them would be their instinct to enjoy eternal rest, which is not exactly strictly, you know, intelligence. And then they have the options, the moves to curse them, wrap them up, rise again. Theoretically, cursing could involve some creativity, but I don't really expect it from a mummy. And most of them are not exactly played as intelligent creatures, are they, mummies? I've never seen the movie, but I don't really feel like they embody that as much as, say, a vampire does. Or even a lich, which is like the pinnacle of intelligence for an undead, isn't it? Let's see. Ghoul. Gain the memories of their meal. That actually bumps them up. The ghoul. The memories of their meal. Again, they're not intelligent, but they at least have that going for them, which is neat. Again, I guess it's one trick, but it seems like it'll be a really fun trick that one time. Undead Wizard for a lich. Yes. I think culturally, when I say culturally, I mean like in folklore, I think it's a little bit more involved than that because there's some baggage associated with liches there. But in general parlance, yeah, you would imagine a lich as an undead wizard. A commoner, this is something that you have to put forth massive amount of efforts to initiate and then to continue. Effort and intelligence. You don't just stumble into it. Shadow, 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 shadow. Okay. The shadow had the snuff out light trick, which seemed fun. I'm gonna bump them up into mummy. They're not as boring as and unforgettable as the jogger or the sick bin. I feel like Nightwing is also not particularly memorable to me. They attack and fly, and they have wings, and they're stealthy. So it's okay. Nightwings do not inspire any like great interest. Let's us put it in here. And the last one is the dragon bone. The dragon bone. Let me take a look. What is up with the dragon bone? I should probably actually... I'm going to cut this real quick and we're going to zoom in. This is also going to be where I'm going to get the screenshot. Okay. Dragon bone. Where does it go? Where does the dragon bone go? This fit rather well when it wasn't taller. Dragon bone, dragon bone. A mystical sorcerer's debate. Is this creature truly undead, or is it a golem made of a particularly rare blasphemous material? The bones, sinews, and scales of a dead dragon make up this bleak automaton. Automaton. Okay. It's solitary and huge. It's not considered a construct. Winged but flightless, dragon-shaped without the mighty fire of such a dragon. Twisted devotion. The only thing it had for it was attack unrelentingly. I want to say it's... if you name this something else, like a undead, I guess, crocodile or wyvern or something, I'd probably pass. But the fact that it's a dragon makes it a little cooler, so I'm gonna put it in C. Just the fact that it's a dragon makes it a bit cooler. Just a bit. And also more, I suppose offensive is the right word? Like you're twisting such a mighty creature into an undead abomination. I feel like I'm talking like a wizard now. Like, sure, it's evil in terms of creating it, but man, ain't it just so cool? But then again, that's approximately 75% of the undead list, and the remaining 25% is the world did it. It's either the wizard or the world. So this is our final list. Grab a quick screenshot. Unless anyone has anything to say in terms of like arguing positions, which is possible. I will take user input. But otherwise, I think that is it. And this is going to be it for the night. We have gone through the entire undead list in Dungeon World today. One section. There are approximately... How many more sections? How many more sections? There are the Dark Woods, the Ravenous Hordes, the Twisted Experiments, Lower Depths, Planar Powers, and Folk of the Realm left for monsters, monster settings. And after that, there's still more books, more stuff in the book. This is a 410-page book. We are at page... We're going to be starting on page 267. There's a lot more to cover. There's a lot more to cover. This is going to be a year-long project if I intersperse it with other things. I knew what I was getting into. Okay. Where do we go from here? Where do we raid? Where do we go from? Who is currently... Actually, can I even look this up properly if I do this? Okay, who is currently reading right now? Who's currently reading? It is... I don't think I know if anyone is currently reading. But I'm double checking. There is Arbery. Let's raid her. I think she's doing ASMR tonight as well. Let's see. Also doing ASMR. Okay, so you can see elf friends. That's fair. I guess, actually, how much longer is it going to be on for? He'll probably be on for at least another half hour, right? He ends at midnight. No, yeah, midnight around. Okay, we can do. Ow. He's only 2 hours in. I don't like time frames. You think you're leaving the green elf. You are simply going to another green elf today. You're leaving one green elf for another. Albernock is a painter, so Be prepared for being chatty. Have a good night, Sasha, and good night, rest of you. Good night, Squug. And good night, Redhead. Although, one thing. Tuesday, I'm going to not be doing a tabletop game. I'm going to be doing patch day for Final Fantasy XIV on stream. A little unusual, but I am going to be having someone else on stream with me as well. And I'm looking forward to it. I think it should be fun. It will be 2 elves this time. And Wednesday should be Witcher again. Witcher, Blood and Wine, Vampire Time, dealing with the undead. After that, we'll just have to see. I have on Twitter my schedule. I post usually on Tuesday morning. But otherwise, thank you for coming. Thank you for staying, and have a good night.